Chapter 47-43. Roar. Screech. At this moment, with the appearance of their bloodline true forms, the venomous starry serpent and the black-spotted tiger raised their heads and roared at the same time. They ignored the 9 black dragons that were trapped in the void hundreds of millions of miles away and rushed toward the 7 gorgeous cultivators. The 9 black dragons surrounded them and stood in the void with a certain aura of the great Tao. Obviously, it was a kind of array. Besides, the black dragons had extremely strong physical bodies. Therefore, if there were no accidents, even the Human Federation and the 9 primordial era powerful figures would need some time to break through the trap array formed by the 9 black dragons. During this process, the 7 gorgeous cultivators in the trap array could attack them at any time. It was too dangerous. The best way to deal with it was to kill the 7 gorgeous cultivators who were also trapped in the trap array first. Even if they couldn't kill them, they had to injure them severely. At least, they had to make them lose the ability to fight temporarily. Among the 9 primordial era powerful figures of the Human Federation, the venomous python from the Federation Senate was a half-step desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th rank. It was possible for him to deal with the 7 gorgeous cultivators as long as he found an opportunity to kill them one by one. Yes, because of this, the venomous python and the black-spotted tiger who had revealed their bloodline true forms immediately rushed forward. After exchanging glances, the other 7 primordial era powerful figures also activated the power in their bodies and shot toward the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Sisters, get into formation. Ignore the other 7 old guys for now. Let's gather our strength and kill the black-spotted tiger first. Then, we'll kill the venomous starry serpent. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rumble. Along with the chilly voice, the 7 gorgeous cultivators immediately moved. They were originally creatures in the early primordial era. Even if their cultivation hadn't reached the primordial era supreme realm in their previous lives, they still had a wide range of vision. After their rebirth in this life, the 7 sisters were reunited. Especially after seeing the appearance of their previous life's enemy, Xingbo, they secretly suppressed a surge of energy and chose a killing array that was most suitable for them to refine from the various primordial killing arrays they knew in their previous lives. Because he had always been secretly studying and refining. With the support of this killing array, even if they had only recovered to Desolate Antiquity rank 7, with the activation of the killing array, it would not be difficult for them to kill a half-step Desolate Venerable who was at the great perfection of rank 9. As for an early-stage mighty figure like the black-spotted tiger, the 7 gorgeous cultivators will be able to deal with it in the blink of an eye. Buzz, a low buzzing sound rang out and instantly became louder. At this moment, the figures of the 7 gorgeous cultivators turned into 7 streaks of light, moving quickly in the void. Their figures were as fast as lightning, and in an instant, the power of this powerful killing formation was displayed. A large amount of blood-colored murderous mist rose from the battlefield, shrouding the figures of the people within. They became indistinct and could not be seen clearly. Rumble, bang. Sure enough, as the power of the killing array was activated to the extreme and locked onto the black-spotted tiger, this fellow could not resist at all. Corpse Ancestor Hamba took the opportunity to flash behind him and struck out with his palm. Amidst the earth-shattering rumbling sound, a loud sound was heard. The black-spotted tiger's huge body instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Swish! Without hesitation, Corpse Ancestor Hamba immediately made his move. With a wave of his hand, an invisible strength chi surged out, instantly wrapping around the blood mist that had just spread out, compressing it into a blood bead that was about 10 feet in diameter and keeping it into his body. This was specially instructed by Yixian. When he turned it over, it would be equivalent to having an extra blood essence of a mighty figure, or even a level 29 desolate venerable pellet. Its significance was definitely not small. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in a flash. In less than 3 breaths of time, an early-stage desolate antiquity great expert had already fallen. Such a terrifying power of the killing array scared the other 7 human clan supreme experts who were rushing over. Their expressions changed drastically, and, as if it was a conditioned reflex, their bodies came to an abrupt halt in the air. Although they immediately realized it and rushed over again after blushing, their speed was a lot slower than before. Furthermore, they didn't directly rush into the center of the killing formation formed by the 7 great, alluring cultivators. This was clearly a bit of slacking. The smell was gone. After all, the most powerful existence among the 7 of them was only at the peak of the middle stage of the desolate antiquity stage, not even at the late stage. On the other hand, the 7 gorgeous cultivators were all at the late stage of the 7th stage of the desolate antiquity stage. Their opponents. Right now, the 7 of them had formed a killing array together, and it seemed that the killing power was extremely terrifying. If they entered, they would definitely be like the black-spotted tiger and would directly die. Under such circumstances, they could only let Venerable Python stand in front of them. It was as if they were roaming around, observing the situation from all directions. Although it was a bit embarrassing, there was nothing they could do about it. Who asked them to not have the strength of Venerable Python? At the moment of life and death, they could not be the least bit impulsive. The 7 of them were all old monsters, and they still had this bit of shrewdness and calmness. Therefore, unknowingly, the 7 of them stayed at the edge of the killing array formed by the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Only the half-step desolate Venerable Python was trapped in the middle of the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Although it was not in danger for a short period of time, it was obvious that it could not withstand the attack. It had been too long, at this moment, as the black-spotted tiger was killed due to its carelessness. The 7 gorgeous cultivators were immediately energized. Their eyes flashed, and a series of feminine voices were heard again. "Sisters, that spotted dog is done for." The other 7 fellows seem to be scared and do not dare to rashly rush into the killing array. Now, there is only one big loach left in the killing array. Completely lock on and wait for the opportunity to attack. Use the fastest speed and the shortest time to destroy it. Screech. Ruthless. At the end of their words, the 7 gorgeous cultivators' figures did not change. They still turned into streaks of light, and like lightning, they moved in the air at an extremely fast speed. However, an incomparably sharp and ruthless howl came out from their mouths. This was precisely one of the changes in the might of this primordial slaughter formation. Along with this extremely sharp and vicious howl resounding out, the venomous starry python that was trapped at the center of the slaughter formation was disturbed, and it ceaselessly flicked its tongue while its figure wriggled, and it was extremely uneasy. Mental state. Gradually, it became chaotic. From this moment on, the power of the killing array's domain, due to the support of the evil roar, once again rose. The blood-colored killing mist that had originally enveloped a large portion of the void of the universe suddenly expanded, like a mist that never dissipated in the deep mountains and great lakes all year round. All of this fell into the eyes of the experts from the various camps in the distant void. In an instant, it caused a large number of gasps. After a short moment of silence, a wave of shocked exclamations rose like a tidal wave. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4744. In the void, where the battle was taking place, the 9 desolate antiquity black demonic dragons were still hovering in the void, forming an outer trapping formation, trapping the 8 desolate antiquity mighty figures and the 7 gorgeous cultivators of the Human Federation in the middle. In the inner area, the 7 gorgeous cultivators, including Ancestor Shur and Hanba, formed a second killing circle, besieging Lord Python of the Human Federation. The other 7 desolate antiquity mighty figures of the Human Federation were wandering in the area between the 2 large trapping circles, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Only a few minutes had passed since the start of the battle, but now, after the 7 gorgeous cultivators killed the black-spotted tiger with thunderous means, they were now fighting against one desolate venerable python, who was a half-step desolate venerable Screech. At this very moment, The figures of the 7 gorgeous cultivators did not change. Just like before, they turned into streaks of light and moved through the void at a speed so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. At the same time, extremely sharp and vicious howls came out from their mouths, and it shook one's soul and soul. These screeches were one of the power changes of the desolate antiquity killing formation. With the sharp screeches, the venomous python of the starry sky, who was trapped in the center of the killing formation, was disturbed and kept flicking his tongue. His body twisted, extremely uneasy, and his state of mind gradually became chaotic. In less than 30 seconds, he had been hit several times by the 7 gorgeous cultivators and was already covered in wounds. Although Lord Python's cultivation had reached the peak of the desolate antiquity 9th stage, which was a half-step desolate venerable. But at this moment, he was trapped in this mysterious desolate antiquity killing formation, and his mind was disturbed by the screeches from the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Under this confusion, he could only exert about 80% of his battle strength. On the other hand, although the 7 gorgeous cultivators were only at the late stage of the desolate antiquity 7th stage, they had the advantage in numbers. There were 7 of them, and they were almost telepathic with each other, so their cooperation was perfect. In addition to the support of the desolate antiquity killing formation, the 7 of them could almost exert 120% of their battle strength. Under this situation, Lord Python, who was stronger but not much stronger, fell into a disadvantageous position in such a short time, and was almost crushed. It was only natural. Rumble bang! At this moment, the best opportunity had arrived. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Hamba, the corpse ancestor, as she immediately communicated with the other sisters. The power of the killing formation was pushed to the limit and locked onto Venerated Python. Venerated Python wouldn't be able to resist in an instant. The 7 sisters did not hesitate at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they appeared around him and struck out with their palms at the same time. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, Venerable Python's huge body instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Swoosh! Corpse ancestor Hamba heaved a sigh of relief when his attack succeeded, and he acted at the first possible moment. In the blink of an eye, a strand of invisible force surged out, and it swept up the bloody mist that had just spread out and compressed it into a blood pearl that was around 3 m in diameter before he absorbed it into his body. At this point, the number of blood essences that Xianxia used to refine the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill had reached a total of 15. The one he had obtained earlier was of the highest quality, and one was equivalent to 2. It was the same for the one he had just obtained. In other words, among the 15 blood essences of Almighties, there were 2 of the highest grade. Previously, he only had 13 blood essences in his hands. If there were no accidents, once Xianxia started refining, he could basically guarantee that there would be 10 Desolate Supreme Pellets. As for the probability of getting 11, it was only 30% to 40%, but it was not completely impossible. However, now that the black-spotted tiger and the Python Lord had been killed in such a short period of time, he would have 2 more blood essences in his possession. There were a total of 15 blood essences in his hands, and 2 of them were of the highest grade. Even the unknown existence in the ferocious beast army that he had killed earlier had only obtained the blood essence of a late-stage 7th Order mighty figure. With this calculation, with Xianxia's current attainments in the Tao of Alchemy, according to his calculations, once he opened the furnace, refining 13 level 29 Desolate Sovereign Pellets was already a foregone conclusion. There was no longer any suspense. There was even a chance of 14 pills being produced. Although it was not high, it was at least around 40%. In fact, even if it was only 13 batches, it was already a huge surprise for Xianxia. After all, before this, his original minimum goal was only 10 pills. It could be said that with the death of the Python Lord, for Xianxia, this time, he had basically completed the task of obtaining the blood essence of the Almighty ahead of time. Even if he wanted more, it was no longer possible. Originally, there were only 12 Desolate Era experts in the Great 5 Alliance army. Among them, Xianxia had killed 2 of them before, and now 2 of them have been killed by the 7 beautiful cultivators. Of the remaining 8 Desolate Era experts, 7 of them were human race experts of a human race federation, and 1 of them was a gray-robed expert of the Survivor Alliance. Even if he were to kill them all, the amount of blood essence in Xianxia's hands wouldn't be able to increase. The blood mist formed by the explosion of the bodies of the human clan and the remnant experts was simply unable to condense the blood essence of the fierce beasts. However, although the bodies were useless, and Xian did not intend to kill the 8 powerful beings of the Human Race Federation and the Survivors Alliance, he could avoid the death penalty, but he could not escape punishment. Teaching them a lesson was absolutely necessary. With the death of Venerable Python, the 7 primordial beings of the Human Federation were no longer a match for the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Even if they removed the primordial killing array, the 7 gorgeous cultivators could easily beat them up in a head-to-head battle. What was more, there were 9 extremely powerful black demonic dragons hovering in the distance, waiting for them. It could be said that there was no need for Xian to worry about the situation on this side. In fact, the instant Venerable Python was killed, Xian withdrew his spiritual sense that was paying attention to this side. He immediately swept his gaze towards the 9-headed blood flood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the gray robe remnants that were still in shock and uncertainty in the other side of the void, in the void on both sides of the void. The bloody unicorn and the 9-held demon crocodile were fighting Xian's flesh doppelganger and skeleton doppelganger, and now they were at a disadvantage. Among the core members of the Great 5 Alliance present, only the 9-headed blood dragon, the cyan sky rock, and the gray-robed expert were above the cultivation level of the powerful beings of the primordial era. These 3 old guys were not good people, although Xian was not sure that he could kill them. After all, the real powerful beings of the primordial era were not so easy to kill. However, it was entirely possible for him to take advantage of this opportunity to give them a good beating, beat them into submission, and successfully establish his authority in front of the Great 5 Alliance. Rumble. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, an invisible aura swept out from the demonic dragon floating in the void. In the blink of an eye, it had locked onto the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock. Chapter 4745. What? Even Human Federation's Venerable Python has fallen? This is a powerful half-step desolate supremacy. It is said that this Venerable Python and Venerable Yak, who was killed by the Master of the Magic Hall, were both supreme beings from the 1,000 Luo Federation Senate. Who would have thought that they would fall one after another before the battle even started? It's understandable that Venerable Yak died. After all, it was the Master of the Magic Hall who attacked. He was a powerful mid-stage desolate supremacy. It's understandable that Venerable Yak, who was only a half-step desolate supremacy, was killed in one blow. However, the Python supremacy who had just fallen is really too sullen. He was a half-step desolate supremacy who was at the peak of rank 9, but he was actually killed by 7 rank 7 late-stage experts. This is simply too shocking. Who exactly is the existence inside that mysterious Luan chariot? Not only does the Master of the Magic Hall treat him with respect, but even his 7 personal maidservants have such terrifying battle strength. When they join forces, even a half-step desolate supremacy is no match for them. It seems that there's no suspense in the outcome of this battle. The Great 5 Alliance will definitely lose. It's just the beginning, and they have already lost 4 powerful beings. It's a crushing defeat. Now, the only thing that can't be determined is whether the 5 Great Alliance will have more almighties or even desolate supremacies fall in this battle. They're already powerless to change the overall situation. The only thing they can do is to minimize the losses. Look over there, the mysterious man in the luxurious carriage is about to attack. A terrifying divine sense spread out and locked on to the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the gray-robed remnant beings nearly 1 billion miles away. Hiss! Sure enough, the cultivation strength of this mysterious existence is the same as the Master of the Magic Hall. He has already reached the rank 5 desolate supremacy. He is only 1 step away from reaching the peak of the mid-stage desolate supremacy. Rumble. Following these exclamations, the gazes of countless experts in the void gathered on the demonic dragon carriage that was suspended in the void. At this time, there was clearly an invisible aura that swept out from the carriage. In the blink of an eye, it was 1,000,000,000 miles away and locked onto the trio. It was the terrifying pressure of a rank 5 desolate supremacy, as this pressure instantly shrouded and locked onto them. The 9-headed blood flood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the mighty figures in gray robes who were in a state of shock trembled. They directly trembled a few times as if they were conditioned reflexes. Immediately afterward, the three of them subconsciously turned their heads and looked at the luxurious carriage in the void nearly 1,000,000,000 miles away. Their expressions changed drastically, and their scalps went numb. Previously, the three of them were attracted by the fierce battle between the 7 gorgeous cultivators and the 9 primordial great beings of the Human Federation. Without waiting for it to come back to its senses, the 7 gorgeous cultivators had already used lightning-quick methods to kill the black-spotted tiger in one fell swoop. This was absolutely shocking. A grand almighty was actually killed in just a few breaths of time. Even the three of them felt their hearts beating wildly, as if they were scared out of their wits. Then, they turned their attention to the bloody battlefield. In less than 40 breaths of time, Python Supremacy, who had reached the great perfection of the Desolate Antiquity Stage 9 and was a half-step Desolate Supremacy, had been killed in an instant. Wave after wave of shocking changes were all incomparably shocking. Even for the three of them, for a moment, their minds were rumbling, and they were completely unable to react. At this time, the mysterious existence in the luxurious carriage had already spread out his divine sense and locked onto the three of them. This was clearly the rhythm of his attack. Only now did the three of them recover from the extreme shock from before, with their minds trembling violently, especially when they sensed that the divine sense that locked onto them was as powerful as a 5th-order desolate supremacy. The three of them were even more shocked. An extremely bad feeling instantly shrouded their hearts. Needless to say, the gray-robed remnant elder had the powerful combat strength of a 1st-order desolate supremacy. But after all, he had to pay a huge price and use the secret method of his clan to barely obtain it. Furthermore, it had a certain amount of time. At most, it would last for another 4 hours. If a fierce battle broke out, this time limit would shrink again, and he wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 2 hours. What's more, once the time limit was up, he would fall into a period of weakness for at least 10 days because of the backlash of the secret method. During this period, the gray-robed remnant elder couldn't even hope to reach the late 7th-order desolate supremacy. Although he wouldn't directly fall out of the desolate supremacy realm, at most, he would only be left with the early 1st-order or 2nd-order desolate supremacy. Under such circumstances, facing the crushing pressure of a powerful 5th-order Venerable Huang, his fate could be imagined. He would definitely be killed on the spot by a single finger of the other party. As these thoughts flashed in his mind, the gray-robed remnant elder's face turned pale. After subconsciously shrinking his neck, he immediately turned his head to look at the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock in the distant void. He secretly sent a message with divine sense. "Two friends, my desolate supremacy cultivation is improved by a secret method. If there is a fierce battle, and I face the existence in the carriage head-on, I'm afraid I can only hold on for half an hour at most, and then I will fall to the great master realm. At that time, we only have 2 desolate supremacies left, which is very disadvantageous, so if the existence in the carriage attacks, it's best for the 2 of you to fight in front, and I will wander around and wait for the opportunity." In this way, the desolate supremacy cultivation that is improved by a secret method can at least hold on for 2 hours. As long as the 2 of you can completely restrain him, this old man will definitely be able to find an opportunity to attack in 4 hours. It is impossible to kill him, but if I attack with all my strength at the critical moment, it is not completely impossible to injure him. Speaking of this, the gray-robed remnant elder's eyes flashed. This is the best way to deal with it, and it is also our only chance. Do you agree or not? 2 friends, please decide quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, The nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock in the high void on the side had already turned their heads and exchanged a look. In less than half a breath, the two had already made a decision. They each raised their heads and let out a shocking roar. Roar. Screech. With the last roar, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock rushed out at the same time. In an instant, they turned into two rays of light. Their speed was faster than lightning, and they blasted toward the luxurious carriage in the void nearly 1 billion miles away. Seeing this scene, the gray-robed remnant elder immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the nervous expression on his face was obviously eased a lot. Without hesitation, he immediately channeled the power in his body to the extreme. His entire figure also turned into a ray of light, following behind the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 47-46. Boom! Rumble. In the void, a thunderous roar sounded. The nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock rushed out almost at the same time, shooting toward the luxurious carriage nearly 1 billion miles away. Both of them had shown their bloodline real bodies, which were nearly 1 billion feet long. At this time, they were moving extremely fast, and the pressure of the supreme master of the remote antiquity in their bodies was pushed to the extreme, which even shook the void. This scene made the powerful figure in the gray robe feel relieved, and the tension on his face was obviously relieved. Without any hesitation, he pushed the power in his body to the extreme of the first time. His whole body also turned into a ray of light and followed behind a nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the last 3 supreme masters of the remote antiquity on the side of the Big Five Alliance moved at the same time, 2 in front and 1 behind, and rushed toward the opposite side. Obviously, they took the initiative to fight with the mysterious man in the luxurious carriage. In this battle, for powerful figures of the remote antiquity were involved. Except for the battle between the master of the magic hall and the scarlet unicorn, the nine-headed blood dragon, and the cyan rock more than 3 months ago, there had never been such a scene in the void of the fragment of the remote antiquity world. Countless experts in the void all widened their eyes, opened their mouths slightly, and subconsciously held their breaths. With horror and shock, they looked at each other. I really didn't expect that the 3 of you are quite brave. In this case, as you wish, I will help you loosen your bones and exercise your muscles and bones. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, in the void of the universe that was nearly 1 billion kilometers away, Yixian's lazy and disdainful voice once again sounded out from within the extremely luxurious carriage. Of course, it was still deliberately disguised, so it didn't sound very clear. Therefore, even the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, couldn't recognize his voice for a while. As the voice of the divine sense sounded out, Yixian's figure moved as well. He transformed into a ray of light and rushed out from the demon dragon imperial carriage. His speed was even faster than lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had already traversed 200 million kilometers. He was already not far away from the nine-headed blood flood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the gray-robe survivors at this moment. When he rushed out of the carriage, everyone in the void felt their hearts in their throats. Their eyes slightly narrowed, and they didn't even blink. Everyone had always been curious about what kind of mysterious existence was inside this luxurious carriage that made people's hair stand on end. But now, they were disappointed because Yixian, who had rushed out of the carriage, his whole body was shrouded in a 9-colored light. Only his figure could be vaguely seen, and nothing else could be seen. Whoosh boom! Rumble! Yixian attacked at lightning speed, and 2 consecutive punches landed on the chest of the cyan rock and the nine-headed blood dragon on both sides. Puff! Puff! After the shocking bang, 2 muffled puffs sounded. The cyan rock and the nine-headed blood dragon couldn't resist at all. They opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood, and their bodies flew backward at an extremely fast speed. They looked extremely miserable. After blowing these 2 guys away with 1 blow, Yixian didn't stop there. He felt that he hadn't had enough. After grinning, The nine-colored light that enveloped his body suddenly burned, and his speed instantly doubled. He chased after the azure sky rock and the nine-headed blood dragon that were flying backward. This was clearly the rhythm of continuing to be abused, and it didn't end there. In the blink of an eye, the battle situation had already been revealed. In the distance, whether it was the scarlet unicorn or the nine-helled demon crocodile, they were all being beaten up by the two blood sea clones of the master of the magic hall. The cyan rock and the nine-headed blood dragon were no exception. As soon as they met, they fell into the situation of being beaten up by the mysterious man in the phoenix carriage. These were four powerful primordial sovereigns. A few months ago, they were beaten up by the master of the magic hall alone. Now, the master of the magic hall had left a clone to guard the black magic hall, but he had invited a mysterious man to help him. In the end, the result was still the same. This scene was simply a replica of the battle a few months ago. The scarlet unicorn and the nine-helled demon crocodile on both sides were still fine. The aura of the battle was shocking, and it shrouded the miserable state of their bodies, making it difficult to see clearly. However, the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock were really a little miserable, making people shudder. In an instant, the experts, countless ferocious beasts, and the survivors of the primordial era who were watching the battle from afar were all dumbfounded. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! The speed of the nine-colored light ball was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. The existence in the light ball attacked and punched out two more times. With two simple punches, the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock had not yet stabilized their bodies and could not dodge at all. Both of them were hit solid. Puff. Puff. After a loud bang, the two old guys opened their mouths almost at the same time and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their bodies even took advantage of the momentum to fly backward for nearly 100 million miles. After being hit by two punches in a row, they finally had a deep understanding of the terrifying power of this suspected human race master in a nine-colored light ball. This was not a human race master. This was simply a human-shaped ferocious beast. In terms of strength, it was definitely not weaker than the violent ape. It was simply outrageous. If they really continued to be beaten up like this, although the two of them would not die, there would definitely not be many bones in their bodies left intact. They did not even see what the other party looked like, and their bones were broken. This was really too sullen. More importantly, judging from the current situation, there was no hope for this battle. If they continued to stay here, what if the violent ape in the black magic hall in front could not hold back and also attack at that time? It would be impossible for them to escape in a one-on-one battle. They would definitely end up seriously injured, even if they did not die. It was better to take advantage of the fact that the situation had not deteriorated to the point of no return and escape as early as possible. Thinking of this, the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock suddenly trembled in their hearts. After turning their heads and exchanging a look, they raised their heads and roared, "Screech! Screech!" With the roar, both of them activated the bloodline power in their bodies to the extreme and used their strongest escape techniques at all costs. Rumble, crack, crack. Two crisp sounds of ripping silk rang out, and a void crack appeared above their heads. In the blink of an eye, the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock turned into two streaks of light, one red and one green. They tore through the void, shot away, and disappeared. Seeing this scene, all the masters in the void were dumbfounded on the spot. Especially in the Star Alliance army of the Five Alliances, countless masters were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The powerful man in a gray robe who was wandering outside the battle circle spat out a mouthful of blood. With a face full of grief and indignation, he roared like thunder. Damn it! This old man is so blind. Chapter 47:47. Rumble, Kacha! Kacha! Two crisp, ripping sounds rang out, and a spatial rift appeared above each of their heads. The huge bodies of the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock shrank and turned into two streaks of light, one red and one green. In the blink of an eye, they drilled into the void and disappeared. The powerful figure in gray robes who was wandering outside the battle circle was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Holy sage asterisk T. They ran away just like that? This old man must be blind. This scene happened too suddenly. No one had expected that the nine-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock, the two powerful supreme masters of the remote antiquity, could only hold on for 2 rounds before they turned around and fled. They were so quick to run away. It was obvious that they were used to it. Such an unexpected scene made all the experts in the surrounding void dumbfounded on the spot. Especially in the Star Alliance army of the 5 alliances, countless experts were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. After a short moment of dead silence, an earth-shattering cry of astonishment suddenly rang out like a tide, causing the entire space to be in an uproar. What? The nine-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock ran away? This old man is not hallucinating, right? What bullsh asterisk T Huangzun? He is simply too shameless. He only took 2 punches and he couldn't take it anymore. He didn't even say anything and turn around to run. Look at his quick movements. It seems that he often practiced. No wonder he could escape from the hands of the master of the magic hall. I guess he has practiced this kind of thing many times. The powerful figure in gray robes of the Survivors Alliance is so aggrieved. He dug out the reserve heart in his right chest and swallowed it. He paid such a heavy price in exchange for the combat power of Desolate Master. But in the blink of an eye, it lost its meaning. He was cheated. Those 2 old guys are too unkind. They should have at least said hello. Now he has to stay here alone. It is really embarrassing. What else can he do? Nine-headed blood rakes and cyan pungs are different. There are no blood rakes or cyan pungs in the Star Alliance's army. They can leave at any time. But the gray-robed Almighty is different. The entire Alliance's army is made up of his people. We're screwed this time. Before the uproar in the surrounding void had subsided, the powerful figure in a gray robe raised his head and let out a long howl of incomparable grief and indignation. The dignified, late-stage Great Master of the Survivors Alliance was so angry that he howled like a wolf. One could imagine the anger in his heart. However, Yixian didn't care so much. For him, this was the best time to try and see if he could beat the Survivors Alliance into submission in one fell swoop. What are you howling for? I haven't even made a move yet. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yixian's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a thought, the 9-color light cluster that enveloped his body instantly blazed, and its speed suddenly doubled. With a swoosh, it had arrived in front of the gray-robed survivor in the blink of an eye. Boom. Rumble bang. Without hesitation, Yixian attacked as soon as he got close. He still didn't use any treasures and just simply punched. This punch was so fast that it hit the gray-robed Great Master's chest. An earth-shattering boom came out, and the gray-robed Great Master opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure flew backward, whoosh. Just as he flew 1,000,000 miles away, the 9-color light cluster caught up with him again and directly overtook him, blocking his path of retreat. Boom! This time, Yixian didn't use his fist, but raised his right leg and kicked out. Along with the earth-shattering roar, the mighty figure in the gray robe, who had not lost his momentum, curled up due to the excruciating pain. He was like a rubber ball and was directly kicked back. This scene shocked everyone. A dignified late-stage Great Master had paid a heavy price to temporarily obtain the powerful combat power of a First-Order remote antiquity supreme. But now, in the face of this mysterious young man in the luxurious carriage, he didn't even have the slightest resistance. First, he was blown away by a punch, and then he was kicked back halfway. This was simply too tragic. After a short period of deathly silence, cries of alarm once again resounded like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth. It's too tragic. Is this still a late-stage Great Master? The dignified leader of the Survivors Alliance, the one who carries the cauldron, was kicked around like a rubber ball in public. Is the existence in the light cluster really playing with him? Obviously, he didn't take him seriously. The contrast of strength is too big. The mysterious existence in the light cluster is indeed just playing with him. Otherwise, if he wanted to, he could have blown up the gray-robed Great Master of the Survivors Alliance with that initial punch. That's right. He did hold back. After all, the gray-robed mighty figure relied on a mystic technique to raise his desolate supremacy cultivation level. His foundation is lacking. If the existence in the blob of light had the intention, it would have been difficult for him to withstand a punch. The reason why the nine-headed blood, WIRM, and Azure Sky Rock fled after 2 rounds was clearly not without reason. Those are 2 old foxes. After taking 2 punches, they were able to see that the situation was hopeless. They are truly decisive. The poor, gray-robed Great Master of the Survivors Alliance was actually left to carry the bag. Looking at the situation in front of him, it is clear that he is going to be killed on the spot. It's really a pity. If he dies, everything will be in vain. No matter how angry he is, he can't do anything. He won't have a chance to avenge himself. Oh. The last sentence seemed to have touched a sore spot in the gray-robed Great Master's heart. At this moment, his body was kicked away by Xianxia. Although he was still in the middle of flying, he clearly did not suffer another blow, but he raised his head in grief and indignation and let out a miserable howl. Looking at the expression on his face, he was extremely sad and indignant, as if he was crazy. Although he was miserably abused, to be honest, he did not resent Xianxia in his heart. The Starry Sky blood battle was like this. If one skill was inferior, one had to accept defeat. What's more, although the other party was playing with him in public, he did not say any humiliating words, which more or less gave him some face. After all, he was just a great master of the remote antiquity. It was not too shameful to be abused by a powerful rank 5 desolate venerable. At least the other party showed mercy and did not take his life after 2 consecutive attacks at this time. The reason why he raised his head and howled miserably was that the grief and indignation in his heart was too fierce. And the target of this resentment, except for the 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, could not be anyone else. When he thought that he would fall here today, die here, and have no chance to avenge the monstrous hatred, the gray-robed Great Master's eyes suddenly turned blood red. At this moment, his heart suddenly surged with an extreme unwillingness. He turned his head and looked at Xianxia, who was chasing behind him and had already arrived in front of him. He said with his divine sense, "I am unwilling to die like this. I am willing to make a Tao oath to follow you. At least I will have the chance to personally kill those 2 shameless old men." Chapter 47-48. I don't want to die like this. In endless grief and indignation, the powerful figure in the gray robe suddenly felt extremely unwilling. He turned his head and looked at Xianxia, who was chasing behind him. With a hopeful look on his face, he said, "I am willing to make a Tao oath to follow you. At least I will have the opportunity to kill those 2 shameless old men personally. Yes or no, just give me a word. If it doesn't work, I will explode myself and turn into a ferocious ghost. I will never let those 2 old men go. At least you have a little backbone. Just for this, I will do as you wish." This was precisely the result that Xianxia wanted. His eyes flashed as he immediately used his divine sense to send a sound transmission. However, this matter is temporarily inconvenient to be made public. That way, it will be beneficial to you as well. The Survivors Alliance's stall is too big, and if they really go back on their word, the other 4 alliances will probably not let you off. Listen to me slowly. In the process, I am afraid you'll have to take a few more punches. But I promise here today, everything is worth it. Rumble bang. Before the voice of the divine sense fell, the 9-colored light ball had arrived in front of him. Without any delay, Xianxia immediately punched out and hit the back of the powerful figure in the gray robe. An earth-shattering explosion came out, and the figure of the mighty figure in the gray robe flew forward again. However, at this moment, there was a clear flash of ecstasy in the depths of his eyes, revealing a strong sense of disbelief that could not be dispersed. Just now, taking advantage of the moment when the punch hit his back, the existence in the 9-colored light ball clearly took the opportunity to send a storage magic treasure into his body. At this time, just as his figure was flying forward, the voice of the other party came again in his ears. In the storage magic treasure, there are 10,000 cubic meters of 9-color divine medicine. Yes, it is the legendary 9-color divine medicine, which was refined by me not long ago. It is enough for you to improve your cultivation strength to the peak stage 9 of the ancients in a short time. When the time comes, you can come to the magic hall to look for the demon lord. He has a level 29 Desolation Supreme elixir for you. This elixir will allow you to break through to the Supreme Desolation realm in a short period of time without any suspense. As for the Tao Oath, I don't need it. If you dare to go against me, not only you, but all the survivors of the primordial era in this primordial fragment, excluding those in the magic hall, will be slaughtered. That's all I have to say. You're on your own now. This is the last strike. Grit your teeth and bear with it. Rumble, bang. When the last divine sense voice came to an end, Yixian's eyes flashed with a dark light. The speed of a 9-color ball of light suddenly doubled. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Yixian. It was still a simple punch, a woo. After the earth-shattering noise, an incomparably shrill howl sounded, and the figure of the gray-robed mighty figure shot far away in the blink of an eye. However, no one noticed that this last miserable howl faintly revealed a wisp of obscure joy. It was indeed joy. He originally thought that he was going to die, but he did not expect that it would be a blessing in disguise. Not only did he easily obtain 10,000 cubic meters of 9-color divine medicine, he could even come to the forbidden land of Rising Sun to ask the master of the magic hall for a so-called level 29 Desolation Supreme Elixir when his cultivation level was raised to the 9th stage of the primordial era. Although he did not know what the hell this level 29 Desolation Supreme Elixir was, he firmly believed the words of the mysterious man in the 9-color ball of light. There was no need for the other party to lie to him. As a 5th stage Desolation Supreme, it was beneath him to do so. What's more, he said that he could make a Tao Oath, but the other party did not need it at all. He even gave him 10,000 cubic meters of 9-color divine medicine on the spot. That was a 9-color divine medicine. Even in the distant primordial era, it was a legendary, supreme resource. Even the primordial era supremes would go crazy for it. However, the other party casually threw 10,000 cubic meters to him. This clearly showed that he could refine it himself. If he could not refine it himself, who would be so generous with such a supreme resource? Not to mention that he still had to take revenge for the 2 shameless old fellows, the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure skyrock. Even without this, just the 10,000 cubic meters of 9-color divine medicine was enough to move him and make him submit to the other party. Boring. After this attack, Yixian didn't continue his pursuit. 31. The 9-color ball of light stopped abruptly in the void. Immediately after, Yixian's languid voice came out from it. He was clearly disgusted. Weak. You're really too weak, and I don't dare to use too much strength for fear of exploding with a punch. If you continue to fight like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to move your muscles and bones even after half a day. It's really boring. If it was before, such words would most likely make the powerful man in a gray robe vomit blood on the spot. But now, when such words entered his ears, it gave him a pleasing feeling. No matter how he listened to it, it was pleasing to the ear. However, no matter how happy he was, he could not show it. The mysterious master he had just acknowledged had just said that this matter was not suitable for the time being. Moreover, the other party was also thinking for him and the Survivors Alliance. Otherwise, with the powerful strength of a rank 5 desolate venerable, what was there to be afraid of? Was there need to be so secretive? Thinking of this, the powerful man in a gray robe suddenly felt a strong surge of emotion. This time, he was really lucky to have met such a benevolent master. This point, whether it was from the other party's consideration for him and the Survivors Alliance from the beginning, or the generous gift of 10,000 cubic meters of 9-color divine medicine, it was enough to prove it. Thinking of this, the powerful man in a gray robe immediately looked solemn. Since the other party was so kind to him, he must not let him down. In any case, he must cooperate well and must not let anyone see any clues. Puff. As this thought flashed through his mind, he immediately urged the power in his body and directly forced out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the figure in front of him happened to be in front of the army of the Survivors Alliance. At this moment, it was the best opportunity to withdraw with the army under his command and return to the Alliance starfield. In this battle, this old man admits defeat. Starfield Alliance, you just wait. Today's matter is not over. The army of the Survivors Alliance, listen to my order. Leave no one behind. All retreat. As the last sentence was spoken, the powerful man in a gray robe's figure flickered, and in an instant, he rushed into a giant battleship in the army of the Survivors Alliance and disappeared. Boom! Rumble. Almost in the next moment, countless battleships of various sizes in the army of the Survivors Alliance hummed in unison and directly turned around in the void. Without any hesitation, they sped toward the rear. This was clearly the rhythm of withdrawing from this battle and retreating from the star field where the forbidden land of Rising Sun was located. This scene instantly made the high-ranking commanders of the other 4 allied armies change their expressions wildly. But now, whether it was the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 secret demon crocodile, or the remaining 7 powerful figures of the Human Federation, they were all being abused. No one in the 4 allied armies was a match for the powerful man in a gray robe. So who dared to stand up and stop or persuade him? They could only watch the battleship army of the Survivors Alliance gradually move away. Chapter 47-49. Then, the powerful figure in the gray robe scuttled into a giant battleship in the middle of the army and issued an order for the entire army of the survivors to evacuate from this place as soon as possible. The expressions of all the experts in the surrounding void changed as they fell into silence. After a few breaths of time, various sounds of discussion covered the heavens, and the earth once again resounded out like a tide. Alas, there is no suspense in this battle. One of the 5 allied armies has already withdrawn, and the remaining 4 allied armies are unlikely to make a difference. The morale of the conventional forces has long been slackened, and in terms of high-end forces, the late-stage powerful figure of the Beast Alliance has died, and the army of the survivors has retreated. The remaining 8 powerful figures of the Human Alliance are being abused. Even the 2 desolate, venerable commanders of the Alliance of 10,000 races, the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 secret demon crocodile, are in the same situation. The Star Alliance is in the most awkward position. The 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock, the highest commanders of the Alliance, have abandoned them and fled directly. The second-level commanders of the Alliance army are probably urgently discussing countermeasures. It's so embarrassing. The Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun has won this battle. Everything has changed because of one person. The existence in the mysterious light ball is really enviable. He is so powerful and domineering that he even thinks that the powerful figure in the gray robe is too weak. It's boring to blow him up with one punch, and he can't move his muscles and bones when he retracts his strength. No one but him can do this. Screech. Boring, boring. As the gray-robed supreme expert left with the entire army of the survivors, Yi Xian's heart relaxed. He raised his head and let out a violent howl. Although he was overjoyed in his heart, the words that came out of his mouth were filled with depression. Halfway through his words, he seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to look at the void in the distance. Then, he looked back at the black magic hall high above the 4 armies of the magic hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. The voice of his divine sense rang out and could be heard clearly throughout the void. You are the one who called me here today. So how could you let me not have enough fun? I won't say anything else. I'll just use these 2 big guys to loosen up my muscles. Swish. After he finished speaking, without waiting for a response from the master of the Black Magic Hall, the 9-colored light ball was instantly activated by him and shot towards the void to the left at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered the chaotic aura, making it impossible to see the exact situation of the battle. Thunderous booms continuously resounded in the air as the great battle continued. In the space to the left, a fierce battle was taking place between Bloody Unicorn and one of Xianxia's 3 Blood Sea avatars. It was the Space Berserk Ape. At this moment, he activated the 9-colored ball of light that enveloped his body and charged into the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he even said those words before he left. Even a fool could guess his objective. The void fell into a dead silence once again. All the powerhouses were dumbfounded. Only after a few breaths did a tidal wave of exclamations resound in the air once again. That's too cruel. This mysterious existence seems to have a violent temper as well. He's not much worse than a master of the magic hall. We can't provoke him. He's too casual. He doesn't play by the rules at all. While the other side is having a good one-on-one battle, he wants to interfere whenever he feels like it. He doesn't even care about the gossip of the one-on-one battle. What's so good about it? The master of the magic hall didn't say anything and kept silent. It's obvious that he's giving tacit consent. That's true. The master of the magic hall doesn't have to care about this kind of thing. It's not like he didn't have a precedent of fighting 1 against 4. He has already proven his strength. Even if it's a one-on-one battle, no one will say anything. This person's background is definitely not small. Otherwise, why would anyone else try the same thing? With that violent ape's temper, it would be strange if he didn't turn hostile on the spot. That's right. Even the master of the magic hall is so tolerant. Just this point alone is enough to prove that the mysterious existence in the ball of light has a shocking background. However, it seems that he doesn't need to use his background to support himself. He can destroy the void with just his own strength. With such a peerless strength, there's probably no one else in the void apart from a master of the magic hall. These two are domineering existences. Both of them have the unparalleled grace of ruling over this world. Furthermore, they are close friends. If this is the case, how can the higher-ups of the other powerhouses live? They can only try to survive with their tails between their legs. Otherwise, they will definitely be suppressed. Let's not talk about the others for now. I'm afraid the Blood Shielan is going to suffer a tragedy this time. Back then, when the Demon Hall Master's cultivation was only at the 4th Order Ancient Desolate Realm, a Blood Sea avatar was already enough to beat him to the point of running away. Now, the Demon Hall Master's cultivation has increased by another level, reaching the same level as the Blood Shielan, the 5th Order Desolate Venerable. In addition to the boundless vitality in his huge body, he clearly has the battle strength of a 6th Order Desolate Venerable. In a one-on-one battle, the Blood Unicorn was already being tortured to the point of howling miserably. Now, another terrifying existence that isn't any weaker than the master of the magic hall has rushed into the battlefield. This is clearly the rhythm of being tortured to the point of exploding. Even if the Blood Unicorn doesn't die, I'm afraid it won't be able to escape from being heavily injured. Rumble, boom, kachachapft. In the surrounding void, before the earth-shattering cries of alarm could be heard, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the bloody battlefield billions of miles to the left. There was clearly the sound of bones cracking, and in the end, there was even a muffled puffing sound. In an instant, the extremely chaotic void was faintly covered with a faint layer of blood mist. This was clearly the rhythm of a certain existence being beaten to the point where his bones were shattered and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Currently, there were only 3 existences in that area: the Blood Unicorn, the Starry Sky, Berserk Ape, and the mysterious man in the 9-colored ball of light. Furthermore, the 2 of them were in cahoots. With 2 against 1, other than the Blood Unicorn, the one who spat out blood was naturally no one else. And that was indeed the case. This time, the reason why Yixian had rushed into the battle at the last moment and also used his flesh and blood clone, which was the Starry Sky Berserk Ape, to beat up the Blood Unicorn was to make this old fellow suffer a little and remember this lesson. As for killing him, that was obviously not possible, unless Yixian used the Heaven-Falling Bow. However, that was completely unnecessary. It wasn't because he was worried about exposing his identity. In this regard, he had already made arrangements. The most important thing was that he didn't want to expose this horribly powerful divine ability in the void of the primitive world's fragment, so that it wouldn't attract unnecessary attention. At this moment, he took out the big-headed black stick that was transformed from the godly medicinal pestle and smashed it on the head of the blood-colored Qilin. The Qilin was smashed into the void, and its head cracked open, emitting strands of precious light. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4750. Boom! Kachachuft. In the distance to the left, where the bloody battle was taking place billions of miles away, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. Amidst this, there was clearly the sound of bones cracking. In the end, there was even a muffled puff sound. In an instant, the extremely chaotic void was faintly covered with a faint layer of blood mist. Yi Xian, who had just rushed into the battlefield, made his move. He directly took out the big-headed black cudgel, which was transformed from the divine medicine pestle, and smashed it on the head of the scarlet unicorn, knocking him flat in the void. His head cracked open, and rays of light shot out. This blow was too vicious. His head was blasted open, and it quickly swelled up. Rays of light shot out, and the scarlet unicorn was caught off guard. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had fought with Yi Xian before, Yi Xian's blood sea doppelganger did not take out the big-headed black cudgel. Therefore, he did not have any doubts when this ferocious big-headed black cudgel smashed his head open. However, his expression changed in an instant. He turned to look at Yi Xian, who was shrouded in a nine-colored light. Enduring the pain, he exclaimed in shock and doubt, "Who are you? This is clearly a primordial treasure. Where did you come from?" If it was the Shinong pestle, he would naturally be able to recognize it. However, Yi Xian had turned it into a big-headed black cudgel. Even the aura of the field it emitted had been deliberately changed. Therefore, the scarlet unicorn could not recognize the origin of this big-headed black cudgel. However, through its terrifying field power, it was enough to determine its grade. It was definitely a primordial treasure. Although there were many primordial supremes in the primordial age, almost every one of them was of famous existence. The scarlet unicorn was an old monster who had lived from the primordial age to the present. He basically knew which primordial treasures he had. Li Min Qing'er. However, he didn't have any impression of this black cudgel in his opponent's hand. In fact, he had never even heard of such a black cudgel among the primordial era's supreme treasures. This puzzled him, so at this moment, in the midst of his bewilderment, he subconsciously blurted out such a question. Unfortunately, it was a waste of time to ask. It was impossible for Yi Xian to tell the truth about this matter. "Why do you care who I am? Why are you so long-winded in a fight? Don't tell me you want to run away too?" Boom! Rumble. Within the nine-colored light, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Before he could finish his words, the big-headed black cudgel in his right hand, he had already smashed black cudgel. He still used his full strength in this attack without holding back at all. With a swing of the cudgel, the originally chaotic qi in the air became even more chaotic, and the sound of thunder resounded incessantly. The speed was too fast, and the big-headed black cudgel once again smashed down on his head. The blood-colored unicorn instantly changed color. He didn't expect this person to be even more direct than Bao Yuan, swinging his cudgel on the spot. Just now, his head had already been smashed open. Although it couldn't be considered a serious injury, it was still painful enough to make him grit his teeth and grit his teeth. If this hit the same place again, his brain would probably burst open on the spot. He wouldn't die, but he would most likely be seriously injured. Such an outcome was definitely not something he could accept. At the level of supreme, desolate ancient, even if it was only a serious injury, it would take a lot of top-grade cultivation resources to recover. If he didn't have any, he could only use time to recover. That kind of prolonged recovery had already left a psychological shadow in his heart, and he didn't want to experience it again. As for the existence in the nine-colored light in front of him, he was clearly incomparably black-bellied. This second strike was aimed straight at the center of his head that had just been blasted open. This was the rhythm of wanting to mash his brain into mush and severely injure him on the spot. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the blood-colored unicorn immediately felt hatred in his heart. An incomparably burning resentment flashed through the depths of his eyes. but he didn't dare to stop in the slightest. He gritted his teeth and moved to the side, barely dodging the black cudgel that was aimed at the old wound on his head. Son, unfortunately, although he had avoided the old injury on his head, the big-headed black cudgel's momentum was too fierce. In a split second, it directly landed on his right shoulder. Bam! Crack, crack, crack! At the same time, an earth-shattering sound was heard, followed by an incomparably clear sound of bones cracking, which made one's hair stand on end. Although this blow missed, it still smashed a porcelain solid. The blood-colored unicorn's right shoulder was hit, and his entire right shoulder blade drooped down. For him, this was still not a serious injury, but it was still a light injury. The key point was that the pain was excruciating, causing him to instantly, as if it was a conditioned reflex, he raised his head and let out an incomparably mournful howl. Bam! A whoop! Puff! Almost in the next moment, the flesh and blood doppelganger, who had been silent since Xianxia joined the battle, finally found an opportunity to attack. Taking advantage of the moment when the blood-colored unicorn's mind was in chaos, he flashed his shoulder and appeared behind him. The bow ape was known for its physical strength, and its strength was extraordinary. It did not use any battle weapons or battle treasures. It was just a simple punch. Although it was not fancy, it was solid. It directly hit the back of the blood-colored unicorn, breaking several of his vertebrae in an instant. After a loud bang, the blood-colored unicorn felt pain and subconsciously raised his head to howl again. Before he could finish howling, he felt a tightness in his chest. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Walala! At this time, his body was hundreds of millions of feet tall. Even if it was only a mouthful of old blood from his mouth, it was like a heavy rain outside. The void was instantly filled with an incomparably strong smell of blood, and a faint layer of blood mist rose. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the blood-colored unicorn finally felt a little better, but the anger and unwillingness in his chest became more and more intense. He raised his head and let out an angry roar. Earlier, he wasn't a match for Bao Yuan in a one-on-one battle. Now, another existence that wasn't the slightest bit weaker than him had arrived. This battle couldn't continue, otherwise he would surely fall to the end of being heavily injured and awaiting death. Although his heart was filled with grief and indignation, he was not an impulsive person. Besides, although it was embarrassing to turn around and flee in this kind of battle, it was not the first time anyway, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Thinking of this, the blood-colored unicorn, who raised his head and howled, immediately lost the will to fight. His four limbs paused in the void, and with a slight shake of his shoulders, his whole body instantly turned into a blood-colored light and fled to the left. I knew you were going to King run away. Stop. I promise I won't beat you. Xianxia was furious. He dragged the big-headed black cudgel behind him and chased after the blood-colored light. At this moment, although his body was still enveloped by the nine-colored light, more than half of the big-headed black cudgel in his right hand was exposed and could be seen clearly. Almost in the next moment, in the Skyriver Sector army behind the 4 Magic Hall legions, a scream suddenly rang out. Big-headed black cudgel? Heavens, he is Xianxia. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4751. To provide you with a wonderful novel to read. In fact, Xianxia had deliberately revealed a large portion of the big-headed black rod from the nine-colored light. Only in this way would his previous actions not arouse suspicion. Otherwise, if he had concealed his figure and deliberately revealed his true appearance later, it would inevitably cause people to think too much. At this moment, as the screams rang out from behind the 4 armies in the Magic Hall, all the powerhouses in the surrounding void were stunned. Then, all kinds of exclamations rang out like a tide. What? Xianxia? Is that the legendary Sky River Star Master? It is said that this person is known as the #1 genius of the younger generation in the 3 outer universes. It is a pity that he has never shown his face. Today, as soon as he appears, it is so shocking. The mysterious existence in a luxurious carriage is actually him. How is this possible? It can't be wrong. The big-headed black rod is Yi Xian's famous murderous weapon. How could it fall into the hands of others so easily? Moreover, don't you think that this luxurious carriage is a little familiar? That's right. Back in the Shadow Devil galaxy of the Second Universe, this guy pretended to be the bloodline ancestor of the Een Demon clan and swindled a 9-dragon Wan Phoenix carriage from the Een Demon clan. It is clearly the prototype of this luxurious carriage that he has refined, and the way he acts today is clearly the same as the Huan Ting ancestor who caused an uproar in the 3 outer universes. It is definitely him. Rumble, bang, awoo. Before the waves of exclamations in the surrounding void had subsided, an earth-shattering roar came again from the battlefield billions of miles ahead. Following that, there was an incomparably shrill howl, and those who heard it wept. Hiss! Before the howl had died down, there was suddenly a clear sound of cloth tearing in the distance. A crack was torn in the void, and the blood-red unicorn, whose head had been blown open and whose terrifying body was over 100 million feet long, was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. During this process, he suddenly changed his direction and headed straight for the crack in the void high up in the void. He was clearly trying to escape. However, no one was surprised. Previously, just the physical clone of the Magic Hall Master had been able to suppress him. Now that Yi Xian, the Star Lord of the Heavenly River, who was no weaker than the Master of the Magic Hall Master, had joined in as well, there was no way for him to defend against the two of them. In a short period of time, his head was blasted open. If he really gritted his teeth and endured, even if he didn't die, it was only a matter of time before he was seriously injured. Moreover, there wasn't the slightest bit of hope in this battle, so there was no point in staying any longer. Leaving was the wisest choice. You're Yi Xian, aren't you? And the master of the Magic Hall. Just you wait. Today's matters are far from over. Just as the blood-red unicorn's figure rushed into the crack in the void, an extremely sinister voice filled with endless resentment was heard. The entire vast void could be heard clearly. Old and new grudges. I will take revenge in the future. When I return to the peak of my previous life's cultivation, it will be the time of your downfall. Roar. Finally, the blood-red unicorn, who had rushed into the crack in the void, let out a shocking roar and disappeared in the next instant. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian and his flesh and blood clone exchanged glances. Both of them had a trace of disappointment in their eyes. This time, Yi Xian had even taken out the big-head black rod. Moreover, he had attacked together with his flesh and blood clone. At the last moment, he had smashed towards the blood Qilin. He had originally hoped to heavily injure it before plotting to kill it. If they had succeeded, Yi Xian would have once again obtained a precious, desolate, sovereign blood essence, which was extremely significant. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to kill an existence that had truly stepped into the desolate ancient supreme realm. In the previous joint attack, the blood-red unicorn had not even been seriously injured. At most, it could be considered a light injury that would recover in a short time. However, Yi Xian didn't take the ruthless words he said before he left to heart at all. He didn't care at all. This old man's current cultivation strength was at the 5th Order Desolate Ancient Supreme Realm, but in fact his peak battle strength was at the late stage of the Desolate Ancient Supreme Realm, which was the 7th Order Desolate Ancient Supreme Realm. From a 5th Order Desolate Ancient Supreme Realm to the 7th Order, it seemed that there were only 2 more orders to break through, but he did not have any Chaos Medicine, nor did he have any 9-color Divine Medicine or Purple Gold Treasure Medicine. If he wanted to recover these 2 orders and return his peak state, it was obviously not something that could be done in a year and a half. With this amount of time, Yi Xian would have broken through many times. At that time, it would be fine if he did not appear, but if he really had the guts to come, he might really be able to kill him in one fell swoop. It was indeed difficult to kill a Desolate Ancient Supreme Realm, but for a peak Desolate Ancient Supreme Realm, which was a half-step Heavenly Tao Realm existence, this was obviously not the case. For example, the old Void Giant Tortoise had been hibernating on the 2 sides of the Chaos Void, secretly searching for a Desolate Ancient Supreme Realm expert and launching a hunt. If he really had a few years, Yixian might be able to reach that level. Even if his real cultivation realm could not reach that level, under the state of the 9 devil-ape transformation bloodline divine ability, there is absolutely no problem. These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and in an instant, a faint light flashed in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he turned around and shot towards the rising sun forbidden land with his flesh avatar. At this time, the void was once again filled with an uproar of exclamations. The scarlet unicorn had run away again, and before he left, he suffered a few heavy blows. Even if it was not a serious injury, it was really embarrassing and cowardly. And with his departure, there was finally no suspense in this battle. With the help of the Sky River Star Master Yi Xian, the Magic Hall was bound to win a complete victory. Amidst the waves of exclamations, Yi Xian and his flesh avatar had already shot billions of miles away, arriving at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land, where the two armies were facing off in the void. The flesh avatar did not say anything, and immediately looked towards the void in the distance to the right. Yi Xian, on the other hand, twitched his face and turned his head to look at the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races and the Human Race Federation of the 5 Great Alliances. These 3 alliances came from the 3 main starry sky planes, and at this time, there were many familiar faces among the high-ranking officers in front of the army. For example, Long Kuei was one of them. At this time, these people saw Yi Xian up close, and after confirming that it was really him, they looked as if they had seen a ghost, and their bodies began to tremble. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Long time no see, fellow cultivators. How have you been?" These words sounded like a greeting, but Yi Xian's voice was filled with endless coldness. Thinking of his supreme ferocity when he had just beaten up the Scarlet Unicorn, the high-ranking officers in front of the 3 armies suddenly felt uncomfortable, and their bodies began to tremble subconsciously. Want to talk about the super devouring system with more like-minded people? Follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find a confidant. Chapter 4752, providing you with a wonderful novel to read. In front of the armies of the 3 alliances, the Star Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, and the Human Federation, there were many unfamiliar faces among the higher-ups, but to Yi Xian, there were also many familiar faces. More or less, they had come into contact with Yi Xian a few decades ago. The Human Federation had the most people, such as Long Huai, the former Federation's Overwatch Council, Zhang Wuxia, Crown Prince Zhang Lingfeng, the monarch of Tianshun, Crown Prince Su Biqing, and so on. There was also Long Zuan, the elder of the imperial dynasty who had a conflict with Yi Xian in the Death Star Field, as well as Huaidong Zi and Tianxian Zi from the 10 Absolute Sky Palace. There were also Gong Wu Xian, Wu Chan Zi, Chodo Fu, Yu Xianlong, and the other young talents from the 2 human camps, who were all undying emperors. It was obvious that since entering the void fragment of the ancient universe, the races and powers of the 3 main planes of the universe had gained a lot. They attacked the forbidden lands of the universe, hunted ferocious beasts, and attacked the remnant starfield to rob all kinds of resources. They might have even learned the secret methods of making medicines. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for these fellows to improve their cultivation so quickly in just a few decades. Oh, by the way, there was another factor. As the doomsday of the untainted world was approaching, the bloodline ancestors of the major clans and forces who had been sleeping were waking up one after another. With their guidance and support, the cultivation strength of the younger generation was obviously much more advanced than before. On the Human Federation side, Yi Xian even saw fallen Demon Zi, Zhao Lingyang, Unfettered Zi, and Xianxia. Now, they had all become Universe Knights. No wonder they had the same devouring system as Yi Xian. However, the 4 of them had lost to Yi Xian in the system competition task, and the devouring system in their bodies had become a vassal of the devouring system in Yi Xian's body. Although Yi Xian had never used this ability to force them to do anything, it was because he simply didn't want to. He had already disdained it back then, and now it was even more of a joke. However, At this moment, when these four fellows saw Yi Xian's gaze sweep past them, perhaps because of their guilty conscience, they shrank back in fear as if they had agreed to it beforehand. They looked pitiful. Where was the look of a universe knight? Yi Xian smiled. Decades had passed in the blink of an eye. Although these four fellows had been suppressed by Yi Xian, at least they still had the strength to fight him. But now, Yi Xian didn't even bother to attack them. If he really wanted to, all he had to do was blow them up. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately sighed with emotion. His state of mind had invisibly improved a little. The next moment, he smiled and shifted his gaze away from these four fellows. From now on, they would never be able to enter his eyes because they were no longer qualified. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes didn't reveal the slightest bit of disdain or contempt. However, the moment he shifted his gaze away, fallen demon prince, Zhao Lingyang, unfettered master, and fairy Xianxia understood, and their faces turned pale in an instant. It was only now that they finally realized the gap between them and Yi Xian. To say that it was a gap between heaven and earth was an exaggeration, because there was simply no comparison. Yi Xian shifted his gaze, and his gaze swept past the Star Alliance and the alliance of myriad races. In front of the armies of these two alliances, among the higher-ups of the alliance, standing in the void space, there were many familiar faces. In the Star Alliance, the Blood Dragon Clan, Cyan Ra Clan, Battle Lion Clan, Inji Clan, Barbarian Bull Clan, Golden Eagle Clan, Colorful Python Clan, Greedy Wolf Clan, and Tree Spirit Clan were the leaders of the 9 original top 10 clans of the Second Universe. Of course, there were no higher-ups of the Blood Dragon Clan, Cyan Ra Clan, and Battle Lion Clan in the Star Alliance, because they had all been captured and were now an important part of one of the 4 major armies of the Magic Hall. However, among the higher-ups of the other 6 clans, Yi Xian had seen many of them before. On the other side, the alliance of myriad races was formed by the original slave clans of the First Universe. There were many familiar faces on this side, including Big Tooth Jean from the Space Rat Clan, Old Monster Ishuecheong from the Hell Ant Clan, and an old guy from the Giant Ferocious Clan, who had even allied with Yi Xian before, was the Golden Elder of the Nameless Alliance. At this moment, as Yi Xian's gaze swept over them, the expressions on the faces of these old guys were extremely interesting. Sometimes they were red, sometimes they were green, and sometimes they were embarrassed. However, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to them. Back then, that was back then, but now, even if these old fellows brought the entire clan behind them to request for an alliance with Yi Xian and become allies, it would be absolutely impossible. They weren't qualified at all. With a faint smile, Yi Xian's gaze continued to sweep slowly. Soon, among the higher-ups of the Star Alliance in front of the army of the Star Alliance, he saw Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyin, Jiao Ritian, Medusa, and Lion Ba Dao. The 6 of them had extraordinary talent, not to mention the cultivation resources that Yi Xian had gifted them back then. In addition to the gains they'd made in the void fragments of the great desolate world over the years, all of them had become universe knights without exception. Yi Xian didn't have any ill feelings toward these 6 guys, because they had returned to their clans under Yi Xian's instructions to go back and be spies. However, this arrangement was meaningless now. At Yi Xian's level, it was no longer necessary. However, at this moment, as his gaze swept over them, these 6 guys were so excited that their faces flushed red and their breathing quickened. It was obvious that they were extremely excited. From this point alone, it was enough to show that they weren't at odds with Yi Xian. Of course, whether they were at odds with him or not, Yi Xian didn't care. However, since they had always been loyal and devoted, it was obviously no different from a stroke of good fortune for them. Ayaya, so it's Star Master Yi. This is really like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. Misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Yi Xian's gaze swept over slowly. He had just finished looking at all the familiar faces when Long Huai cupped his fists and greeted Yi Xian with a face full of smiles. He was extremely enthusiastic. This was completely different from his personality. However, it was normal. After all, the height that Yi Xian currently stood at had long since reached a level that he couldn't even look up to. No matter how much resentment Long Huai had towards him, no matter how proud and arrogant he was, he could only do this when faced with Yixian. After all, there was quite a bit of enmity between him and Yixian back then. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had always been at odds with Yixian. In this current situation, even if he put down his pride and bowed, he still felt that it wasn't enough. He didn't have the slightest confidence that he could save his life. At this moment, the reason he was so thick-skinned and shameless to take the initiative to greet Yixian and say such words that even made him blush in disgust was entirely for the sake of seeking that slim chance of survival that perhaps didn't even exist. If you want to talk about the super devouring system with more like-minded people, you can follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find confidence. Chapter 4753. Do you have a right to speak in front of me, the Star Master? Upon hearing this, Yixian turned around and glanced at Long Huai, who had a fawning expression on his face. He curled his lips and continued with disdain. If you want to establish a friendship or have a conversation with me, you have to call the air over. As for you, who do you think you are? Swish. Pong. As soon as he finished speaking, Yixian retracted his gaze with a look of disgust. He raised his hand and pointed at Long Huai from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in the void. After an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air, it was closely followed by a loud explosion. Long Huai did not even have the chance to make another sound. His entire body directly exploded, and his body and soul were annihilated. A powerful universe supreme being was annihilated just like that. However, Yixian merely extended a finger and pointed it at him from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in the void of the universe, from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in the void of the universe. This scene frightened everyone. Countless gasps resounded in the void, but no one dared to cry out in alarm. No matter how shocked they were, they kept their mouths tightly shut, for fear of angering this demon god and causing him to point his finger in their direction and point it at them. With Yixian's current level, it was obvious that he had long since lost interest in killing Long Huai. However, this old fellow had always been at odds with him back then, and the grudge between them was too deep. What happened back then ultimately needed to be settled. It was not a bad idea to point a finger and point it at him, and it could be considered as ending everything that happened back then. Moreover, he was also the commander-in-chief of the fleet that led the Human Federation's army of 10 million fortresses to attack the Skyriver sector previously. In that battle, even Xuechan, who was a supreme being of the primordial era, had fallen. The entire army of 10 million fortresses of the Human Federation had been captured, and only Long Huai alone had managed to escape. Now that he had killed him with a single finger, it could be considered as Yixian's declaration and explanation to his subordinates and old friends in the Skyriver sector. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it had only happened in a short span of a few breaths. Roar! Just as Yixian's gaze swept past the higher-ups in front of the three Great Alliance's camp. At the same time, he effortlessly killed Long Huai with a finger from several 100 million kilometers away, his flesh and blood clone that had returned to the center of the battlefield from several billion kilometers to the left, which was also the violent star ape, had already raised its head and let out a furious roar before pouncing several billion kilometers to the right. On the other side, one of the three Blood-Sea clones of the Master of Magic Hall was still fighting fiercely with the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile. Of course, the battle here was almost exactly the same as the battle on the other side of the void billions of kilometers to the left. Although the skeleton avatar's cultivation was also at the 5th Order Desolate Venerable Realm, its massive body contained boundless vitality that boosted its strength by 1 order. Its true battle strength was comparable to a 6th Order Desolate Venerable Realm expert. The 9 Serenity Demon Alligator had only recovered to rank 5 Desolate Venerable. Naturally, it was no match for the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator. Until now, it had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. However, on one hand, it was because the distance was too far. On the other hand, it was because the aura in the battlefield was too chaotic. Those inside couldn't see what was happening outside, and those outside couldn't see what was happening inside. In addition, the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator was at an absolute disadvantage and didn't have the time to care about anything else. Therefore, he didn't know that on the other side of the void battlefield, the Blood Unicorn had already torn through the void and escaped. At this time, the Starry Sky Violent Ape pounced in that direction in order to join forces with the Skeleton Avatar to see if they could seriously injure the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator and then kill it. Of course, Xianxia, who was formed by the Black Mist Avatar, couldn't stay out of this. Just as the demon ape pretended to raise its head and roar to remind him, he had already turned his head to look at the void to the left. With a shake of his shoulders, his figure turned into a weak light and instantly shot out. Boom! Ka-cha-cha, puff! In the distance to the right, in the bloody battlefield billions of miles away, the moment the huge, starry sky violent ape and the inconspicuous Xianxia rushed into the chaotic battlefield, there was an earth-shattering explosion. At the same time, there's also the clear sound of bones cracking, and finally, there was a muffled puff sound. This was clearly the rhythm of the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator being hit and opening its mouth to spit out a blood arrow, which directly caused the chaotic void to be covered with a faint layer of blood mist in an instant. In fact, this was indeed the case. Xianxia, who had just rushed into the battlefield, had already made his move. With a flip of his hand, he took out the big-headed black stick transformed from the Divine Medicine Pestle and smashed it on the back of the Blood Unicorn. Not only was the Blood Demon Alligator smashed into the void on the spot, but there was also a huge crack in the middle of its back, with blood bursting out. This attack was too ruthless. The 9 Serenity Demon Alligator's back was covered in scales, which could be said to be incomparably thick. However, it was still blasted open, and the surroundings quickly swelled up. Strands of bloodlight shot out, and it was a ghastly sight. This old fellow did not know that the violent ape and Xianxia had already finished their battle and rushed over. He did not even know that the Master of the Magic Hall had invited Xianxia as a helper. At this moment, he was suddenly injured. Enduring the pain, he immediately roared in bewilderment. Human race? You're actually a rank 5 desolate supremacy? Who exactly are you? Why do you all like to ask this kind of question? If you want to fight, so be it. Why do you care so much? Could it be that you don't need to be beaten up if you know who I am? I've never seen someone so close to you. Boom! Rumble! As he spoke, Xianxia rolled his eyes. Before he finished speaking, the big-headed black stick in his right hand had already struck out once again. He still used all of his strength in this attack, and did not hold back at all. With a swing of the staff, the originally chaotic chi in the air became even more chaotic, and the sound of thunder resounded incessantly. Puffed! Before the staff could reach him, the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, it was because of anger. Xianxia's words were simply too hurtful. Even the dead could be angered to life. What did he mean by saying that he had never seen someone so close to him? This was simply outrageous. This was too hateful. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator's heart was filled with hatred. An incomparably burning resentment flashed through the depths of his eyes, but he did not dare to stop for even a moment. He gritted his teeth and moved sideways, barely dodging the black stick that was flying toward him once again. This big-headed black stick was too ferocious. It was heavy and powerful. It was unknown how this fellow, who looked like an ordinary human, was able to hold it in his hands. Such a huge black stick was like an ant swinging a huge tree in his hands. However, it was incomparably light, as if it was weightless. It was simply infuriating. Unfortunately, although he had avoided the attack on his head, the momentum of the big-headed black stick was too ferocious. In a split second, it directly landed on his thick crocodile tail. Bam! Crack, crack, crack! At the same time, an earth-shattering sound rang out, followed closely by the clear sound of bones cracking, causing one's hair to stand on end. Although this blow missed, it still hit the 9-held demon crocodile. The thick tail of the 9-held demon crocodile was almost broken in half. The pain was so excruciating that it immediately reacted as if it was a conditioned reflex. It raised its head and let out an incomparably miserable howl. Chapter 4754. Bang! Bang! Awoo! Poof! Before he could finish howling, he was hit twice more. Since Yi Xian joined the battle, the flesh doppelganger and the skeleton doppelganger, who had been silent, finally found an opportunity to attack. While the 9U demon crocodile was dodging Yi Xian's big-headed black stick, they rushed to the left and right at the same time and attacked. On the left, the flesh doppelganger threw a punch, which was extremely solid. It directly hit the back of the 9U demon crocodile, breaking several of his vertebrae in an instant. After a loud bang, he subconsciously raised his head and howled again in pain. On the right, the skeleton clone punched the back of the 9 Netherworld demon alligator's head. The latter's head swelled up like a small hill, which was painful to look at. These two heavy punches were too ruthless. Before the 9U demon crocodile could finish his first howl, he felt a tightness in his chest and opened his mouth to spit out another arrow of blood. Walala, dense splashes sounded. At this time, his body was hundreds of millions of feet tall. Just a mouthful of old blood from his mouth was like a heavy rain outside. The void was instantly filled with an extremely strong smell of blood, and a faint layer of blood mist rose. 3 against 1. You're going too far. After spitting out the second arrow of blood, the 9U demon crocodile's injury was close to serious injury. Although the anger and unwillingness in his chest were surging, he did not dare to continue fighting. If it dragged on for too long, he would definitely die here. Xiao, with a face full of grief and indignation, he raised his head and let out a roar. After roaring, he no longer hesitated and immediately activated the Bloodline's secret technique with all his strength. His body instantly shrank, turning into a black light, and escaped hundreds of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian had already expected this, but there was nothing he could do. This old guy was the same as the bloody unicorn. After all, he had lived from the early days of the ancient times to the present. Back then, he was even a late-stage, 7th-stage desolate master. How could an existence at this level not have a life-saving trump card? Now that he was going all out, even Yi Xian wasn't able to stop him for a moment. Unless he used a supreme secret technique like the heaven-falling bow, there was no way he could stop the other party. The reason why he decided to make a move earlier was merely because he was unwilling to give up and wanted to give a try. Hiss! The 9U demon crocodile instantly disappeared with a miserable howl. Before his voice faded away, there was a clear sound of tearing silk hundreds of millions of miles away in this direction. Just like the blood-colored Qilin, this guy wanted to run away. He tore a crack in the void and changed his direction abruptly. He headed straight for the crack in the void high up in the void. 3 against 1. Master the Magic Hall. You are truly shameless. Just you wait. My cultivation will return to normal one day. I will definitely avenge today's grievances. Just as the 9 Netherworld demon alligator rushed into the void crack, a divine sense voice filled with endless resentment was heard clearly in the vast void. Roar! But even then, he still seemed to be unwilling to give up. At the same instant that his figure charged into the spatial rift, he let out a shocking roar of rage, and his figure vanished. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian, the flesh doppelganger, and the skeleton doppelganger shook their heads and sighed. They turned their heads and exchanged a look. Their eyes were filled with strong disappointment. This time, Yi Xian not only took out the big-headed black stick, but also the flesh doppelganger and the skeleton doppelganger. At the last moment, the 3 of them joined forces to attack the 9U demon crocodile. Even so, this old guy still escaped in the end. This battle was still a failure. It was a pity. These existences who had truly stepped into the primordial supreme realm, especially the old monsters who had lived from the untainted age to the present, were really too difficult to kill. However, under the joint attack of the 3 of them, although the 9U demon crocodile was not seriously injured, it was definitely not as simple as a light injury. If the scarlet unicorn who had escaped before could recover soon, Then the 9U demon crocodile would take at least a year and a half to recover the battle strength of a 5th Order Desolate Master before this battle. As for the peak state of the 7th Order in the Untainted Age, it would not be possible to become a reality in a short period of time. It was the same for the Scarlet Unicorn. In other words, at least for a short period of time, Yixian did not have to worry about these two old guys. After suffering such a big loss twice in a row, they would definitely not dare to appear easily again. They would definitely find a place to heal their injuries first. Whoosh! Whoosh, 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 Yixian. At this time, at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land, billions of miles behind them, there was suddenly a sharp and weak sound of something breaking through the air. It seemed that there was someone shouting, and it was Yixian's name. Yixian transformed from the black fog doppelganger, the skeleton doppelganger, and the flesh doppelganger trembled at the same time, because they were all the same person, Yixian. In their line of sight, old devil mosquito butcher, Naples, demon king Mo, Tian, the demon uncle, the clan leader of the dark turtle tribe, Ming Jiao, the mad mosquito emperor, and the other high-level members of various forces in the Sky River sector, including Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other high-level members of small idle forces and families. They all left the flagship star fortress of the Sky River Army and rushed out of the rising sun forbidden land by crossing the void with their physical bodies. Dozens of figures, without exception, were all Yixian's old acquaintances, and they were the kind of people who had a good relationship with each other. There was no doubt that at the front of the dozens of people were the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. However, old devil mosquito butcher, Naples, and the others were flushed with excitement. These three girls, however, were full of anger, and it felt like they were roaring like lions from Hedong. They were clearly going to settle accounts with Yixian. All this time, they had been worried about Yixian, and they didn't even know whether he was dead or alive. Today, they saw him suddenly appear, and he was so powerful that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the master of the magic hall. He was so strong that it made their hair stand on end. The three girls were very relieved about this, and it could even be said that they were so happy that they almost burst into tears. They had been worried for so long, and they had been uneasy all this time. Now that the stone in their hearts had finally fallen to the ground, it was only natural that they would cry tears of joy. However, at this time, the three girls obviously couldn't cry. At least, they definitely didn't have the intention to cry tears of joy, because they were all very angry. They had been on tenterhooks for so long, but this guy had been living a carefree life outside. His cultivation was so strong, but he had never returned to the Sky River sector to take a look. Even when the Human Federation launched a crusade against the Sky River sector, he didn't appear. At most, he used the name of the Void Giant Tortoise to ask the Master of the Magic Hall to help. This was obviously a guilty conscience. He had 7 peerless beauties accompanying him, so of course he would be so happy that he didn't want to go home. Thinking of this, the three girls became even angrier, and they even wanted to strangle him on the spot. Chapter 4755. Yixian, stop right there. If you don't explain yourself clearly, I'm not done with you. It doesn't matter whether you play or not. Not to mention Zi Ying and Sister Qianru. Even Xiao Cha, who is usually the most considerate, can't help you this time. You've gone too far. In the distance, at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun, the three girls, the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, rushed out from the forbidden land of the rising sun. Their expressions were very unfriendly, and they were roaring like lions from the east. Behind the three girls were the mosquito butcher, Naples, the demon king Mo, Tian, the imperial uncle of the demon, the clan leader of the dark turtle tribe, Ming Jiao, the mad mosquito king, and the other high-level members of various forces in the Sky River sector. The senior members of the small forces and families in the Sky River sector, including Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Master Bodhi, and the others, all had bitter smiles on their faces, but none of them dared to step forward to stop them. This time, everyone could see that the three girls had been stepped on. No matter who they were, if they dared to stop them, they would definitely be dragged down with them. This scene made countless experts in the void around them dumbfounded. No one had expected that Yi Xian, the lord of the Sky River sector, who had been so powerful just now, could only run away with his tail between his legs. Even the Scarlet Unicorn and the nine-helled Demon Crocodile had been so powerful that they could only run away with their tails between their legs. Now, they had encountered such a scene. Moreover, in the face of Xin Yuanxing and the other two's flirtatious attacks, he seemed to be feeling rather guilty and had subconsciously shrunk his neck. This was simply shocking, and they could not believe it. Roar, screech. At the same time, the Starry Sky Violent Ape and the Skeleton Avatar raised their heads and roared. Then, with a shake of their shoulders, their entire bodies turned into a ray of light and directly shot into the black magic hall in the sky above the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. She had no intention of staying behind to be a peacemaker. Seeing that the situation was bad, even the two Blood Sea clones of the Magic Hall Master had fled. At this moment, everyone was completely convinced by the terrifying power of the three purplish warbler girls, who said that this void belonged to the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. At the end of the day, he was afraid that it would still belong to these three girls at the very least, whether it was the Star of Heavenly River, Yi Xian, or the Master of Magic Hall. None of them dared to provoke them. On the other side, the two Blood Sea clones of the Master of Magic Hall Master had already seen that the situation was bad and fled. On the other side, the Star of Heavenly River, Yi Xian's face was even more miserable. He turned around and greeted the 7 gorgeous cultivators who were still madly torturing the 7 powerful beings of the primordial era. All right, you're all a bunch of old bones, and there are 1 or 2 old acquaintances among you. That's all for today. Don't accidentally kill them, and they won't die. Waving his hand, Yi Xian immediately pointed to the demonic dragon chariot not far from his right. The situation is not good. Quickly go back. This Star of Heavenly River still has some matters to attend to. So I'll be back soon. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Roar. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the 7 gorgeous cultivators stopped attacking at the same time. They turned around and coldly glanced at the 7 powerful beings of the primordial era who were beaten black and blue by them. They snorted coldly and turned around to return to the demonic dragon chariot, not far away. Even the 9 black demonic dragons roaming around in the surrounding space raised their heads and let loose a long roar before instantly shrinking back to their original sizes. They then returned to their original sizes, each of which was around 1,000 feet tall, and stood by the demonic dragon's side, awaiting orders. There was 1 demonic dragon on each side, 1 at the back, and 6 demonic dragons in front. It was obvious that they were ready to escape at any time. Suddenly regaining their freedom, the 7 powerful beings of the primordial era felt as if they had been given a new lease on life. Their faces were all bruised and swollen, and they looked embarrassed. After exchanging glances, they turned around and fled back to the primordial era battleship army of the Human Federation. They didn't dare to show their faces outside and directly returned to their respective flagship star fortresses. However, they didn't dare to order the army to retreat. If they really did so, not to mention Yi Xian of the Heavenly River Federation, at least the Master of the Magic Hall, would definitely do something about it. Everyone, it's been a long time. At this time, Yi Xian had turned around and looked at the dozens of figures who had rushed out of the Heavenly River sector. His expression was awkward and helpless. Shaking his head, his eyes finally fell on the front of the dozens of people who were rushing toward him angrily. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. With a bitter smile, he continued, "It's really hard to explain what happened all these years. Anyway, I didn't mean to hide from you. It's a long story. Besides, even now, I don't have much time left. I'm going to leave soon, but we should be able to meet again soon. Show." At this point, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, and a ray of light instantly shot out. At the same time, Yi Xian's voice rang out again. "These are some cultivation resources I've prepared for you. If there are no accidents, I dare not say for the others, but just the hundreds of you should all be able to become Universe Supremes within a few years." This was the key. Originally, Yi Xian didn't plan on showing himself so early. The reason he made such a decision this time was actually to hand over the batch of cultivation resources that he had already prepared to Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and the others. Although he could have passed them to Old Devil Mosquito Butcher through the Master of the Magic Hall, that would obviously arouse unnecessary suspicion. It wasn't that Yixian didn't want to reunite with his old subordinates and old friends from Skyriver Sector immediately, but they were still too weak at the moment. It wasn't a good thing to bring them over too early to be with him. What the major forces and legions of the Skyriver Star Field needed the most was bloody battles and tempering. In order to help them grow as quickly as possible, the only thing Yixian could do was to provide them with all kinds of top-notch resources that they needed to improve their cultivation. In fact, he could do more. At least, the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was a big backing for Skyriver Sector. Now that the Magic Hall's relationship with Yixian was made public, there were probably not many powers who dared to go against Skyriver Sector. At this moment, in the batch of resources that Yixian had sent out, there were purple gold elixirs, 9-color divine elixirs, and chaos elixirs. As for elixirs of various levels, there were quite a few of them, ranging from level 24 Emperor elixirs to level 27 Supreme elixirs. There were even 10 level 28 Supreme elixirs. All of these were stored in a storage magic treasure. At this moment, he waved his hand and sent them out, shooting them toward Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. Then, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher distributed them. Regarding this matter, Yixian had long since instructed him to leave a jade slip in his storage magic treasure. There were some instructions within it. It could be said that Yixian had given a lot of thought to these old friends and subordinates of Skyriver Sector. At this moment, as his words spread out, the various experts in the surrounding void who clearly heard him were first stunned. Then they all gasped in unison. Their faces were all filled with dense envy that couldn't be dispelled. Chapter 4756. Whoosh! I still have some important matters to attend to. Time is almost up, so I won't stay any longer. Everyone, let's catch up later. Following an incomparably sharp sound of something tearing through the air, the voice of the Heavenly River Star Master, Yixian, rang out. The entire vast and boundless universe was clearly visible. 3-1, of course. Everyone knew that his words were directed at the nearly 100 high-level members of the various forces of the Sky River Star region who were rushing out of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Even the reason Yixian had left was because of the hundreds of high-level members of the Sky River Star region. To be precise, it was because of the 3 girls who were rushing at the forefront of the hundreds of high-level members. With this voice, Yixian's figure also turned into a ray of light. With a speed faster than lightning, he rushed into the front yard of the luxurious carriage, hanging in the distance in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Almost at the same time his figure rushed in, the fog-like curtain in the front yard of the luxurious carriage fell down, completely covering it. Moreover, it was no longer like before, where one could still faintly see the hazy figure inside. This time, nothing could be seen. Even if one extended their divine senses, the result would most likely be the same. Roar! Roar! The moment the fog-like curtain was put down, although the 3 black demonic dragons on the left, right and rear of the luxurious carriage did not move, the 6 demonic dragons at the front raised their heads and let out a long roar at the first moment. At this moment, the power in the 6 demonic dragons was pushed to the extreme. 6 powerful auras of ancient mighty figures spread out. The void trembled slightly with a low, buzzing sound, which made people not dare to look at it directly. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the 6 black demonic dragons exerted force at the same time and rushed forward. In an instant, they took the entire carriage and turned into a ray of extremely fast black light, disappearing into the end of the void in front of them. This scene made Old Demon Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon Emperor Mo Wentian, the Demon Emperor Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Ming Jiao, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and other high-level members of the various forces of the Sky River Star region. Old Man Xin Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the rest of the higher-ups of the smaller forces and clans all had a helpless expression on their faces. Their figures that were originally shooting over also came to an abrupt halt in midair. Since Xian had already left, there was no point in them rushing over. The purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were furious and flew into a rage. It was fine that they had not met Yi Xian since they had arrived at the Eldritch World fragment. Now that they had met, he was still acting like this. He was clearly looking for an excuse to sneak away. This was driving them crazy. Damn guy, he's too bad, too fickle. How long has it been? And his heart has been stolen by those 7 vixens. The next time I see him, I can't let him escape. I'll catch him, bring him home, and keep him in a cage. Let's see if he can escape again. Yes or no, we have to castrate him. Extremely furious, the 3 girls stood in midair, gritting their teeth and waving their fists. The words they said made one's hair stand on end. Not only Old Man Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wentian, Imperial Uncle Mo Run, Clan Leader Ming Jiao of the Netherworld Turtle Tribe, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Sky River domain. But they were also terrified. Old Man Xinyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abyss Bodhi, and the rest of the higher-ups of the smaller forces and clans all turned pale with fright. Countless experts of the various alliances and idle forces in the surrounding void subconsciously clamped their legs together, and a look of extreme dread appeared on their faces. They naturally could tell that the Sky River Star Master had only found an excuse before he left. In fact, he was simply afraid of the 3 girls, so he had hurriedly fled. This was really not an ordinary kind of ferocity. Even the Supreme Master of the Ancients was so scared that he fled. This showed how terrifying the 3 girls were. At this moment, all the higher-ups of the various large alliances and idle powers in the surroundings had inwardly added Xinyuan Xing, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru into the list of danger. They were existences that they couldn't rashly offend no matter what after shouting for a while. The 3 girls also felt bored. Although they were still angry, the Yi Xian people had already fled, so it was useless to shout and shout. Soon, they met up with Old Man Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wentian, Imperial Uncle Mo Run, Clan Leader Ming Jiao of the Netherworld Turtle Tribe, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Sky River domain. Under the persuasion of Old Man Xinyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abyss Bodhi, and the rest of the higher-ups of the small forces and clans, they returned to the forbidden land of Rising Sun and entered the main flagship of the Sky River Domain Army. With their departure, the 1 billion square kilometers of cosmic void outside the forbidden land of Rising Sun between the 2 armies instantly became empty again. On the opposite side, the hearts of all the experts of the 4 alliances once again rose to their throats at this moment, and the eyes of countless experts of the 4 major armies of the Magic Hall also pressed forward at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere in the void once again became heavy and oppressive. An incomparably tense atmosphere invisibly shrouded the entire cosmic void. By now, this battle could basically be considered to have ended early. The 4 powerful Supreme Masters of the Ancients, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Secret Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Cyan Sky Rock, had all fled. The late-stage, 7th-order powerhouse of the Beast Alliance had also fallen. As for the Survivors Alliance, although the late-stage 7th-order expert had managed to escape, and even took the opportunity to slip away with the entire army of the Survivors Alliance. However, he had been seriously injured, and it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. The Human Race Alliance suffered the most. Of the 10 great beings of the Ancients, 3 of them had fallen and were completely blown up. The remaining 7 were all badly battered and were too ashamed to see anyone, so they directly fled back to their respective flagship star fortresses of the 5 major armies. Only 4 were still here, and none of the commanders above the level of a great being of the Ancients were left. Except for the 7 fellows of the Human Federation, who had been beaten to a pulp, the strongest among the other 3 alliances was only at the level of Universe Supreme. This level of strength was simply not enough for the Master of the Magic Hall to casually torment them. Only one of the 3 bloody sea bodies would be needed to annihilate them in a short period of time, and they would all be wiped out. It could be said that this time, the army of the Five Alliances had absolutely suffered a crushing defeat. However, although the high-end combat power of the army had either died or fled, and now they could not be counted on at all, there were still 4 enormous armies of the Alliance. No one knew how the Master of the Magic Hall would deal with the mess that followed. Therefore, at this moment, no matter who it was, they all felt uneasy and did not even dare to make the slightest move, fearing that they would infuriate the Master of the Magic Hall and bring the disaster of death upon them. All of you, will you fight or surrender? Just at this moment, while countless great beings in the void space were terrified and completely uncertain, an extremely low voice suddenly came from the Black Magic Hall that was suspended above the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun billions of miles away. It was the voice of the Master of the Magic Hall. Chapter 4757. Are you going to fight or surrender? Just as the great beings in the void space were terrified and uncertain, the voice of the Master of the Magic Hall suddenly came from the Black Magic Hall, which was suspended above the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. All the experts in the army of the 4 great alliances shuddered, and the higher-ups of the various idle forces who were watching from afar in the void were also trembling. At this moment, their intestines were green with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have entered the forbidden land of Rising Sun earlier, just like the army of the Sky River Star sector had done. Now, the result was still the same. They still had to submit to the Master of the Magic Hall, but now they submitted because they were intimidated by his supreme power. The meaning was different, and the treatment in the future would definitely be different. We are willing to surrender. From now on, the Ferocious Beast Alliance will never invade the Magic Hall again. Howl, 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 howl. As soon as the voice of the Master of the Magic Hall faded away, a Universe Supreme at the later stage in the army of ferocious beasts on the left side expressed his stance. As his voice spread out, a large number of ferocious beasts in the army of ferocious beasts also roared in low voices, revealing a strong sense of unwillingness and fear. Immediately after, the hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts in the army slowly retreated under the voice of this Universe Supreme. This was clearly the rhythm of leaving the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. In his opinion, when the powerful remnant people left with the entire army of the Alliance, the Master of the Magic Hall also didn't stop them. Moreover, now that he had expressed his submission on behalf of the Ferocious Beast Alliance, he would never invade the Magic Hall again in the future. Since he had expressed his stance, there should be no problem for him to leave now. Did I allow you to leave? Almost at the same time, the voice of the Master of the Magic Hall was heard again from the Black Magic Hall. It was extremely low, but there was not much anger in it. For him, the most powerful being in this army of ferocious beasts was only a Universe Supreme at the later stage. It was simply an ant, and it was not qualified to make him attack. Humph! At this moment, the 6-headed blood dragon rushed out. It didn't say anything, but it turned around and glanced at the 4 legions in the Magic Hall. This was clearly the rhythm of punishing the ferocious beast army. Realizing this, the hearts of everyone in the void rose to their throats. Among the army of ferocious beasts that had begun to retreat, roars and howls rang out. The speed of the ferocious beasts' retreat suddenly increased. This kind of thing should be left to the war army of the Demonkin. Right at this moment, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the Devil Emperor Mo, when Tion dashed out of the flagship star fortress of the Heavenly River Star Cluster. As Mo, when Tion waved his hand, 100,000 blood-red battle towers with a diameter of 300,000 meters rushed out of the army of the Heavenly River Star Cluster. Over the years, the Devil race had been inspired by Xianxia. They gave up their original Starry Sky battleships and developed their own space battle towers, forming an assembly line. The spirit war talismans they produced were all guarded by the Devil Cultivator and were able to launch the Devil Cultivator's mental attacks. Although their power was far inferior to the spirit war talisman in Yixian's hands, they were much stronger than ordinary strongholds. Yixian, who was guarding the Magic Hall, had already seen this before. He was quite looking forward to it. At this moment, seeing that the Devil Emperor Imo and Tian had taken the initiative to show up, it was obvious that he wanted to take this opportunity to establish the prestige of the Heavenly River Star Cluster Army. After all, they had been developing in the Heavenly River Star Cluster all this time and basically did not go out for expeditions. The outside world really did not know the battle strength of the Heavenly River Star Cluster Army. This appearance could be regarded as a small deterrent. With this in mind, Yixian immediately transmitted a message to the six-headed blood dragon. The latter glanced at Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the Devil Emperor Imo Wen Tian and did not say anything more. He turned around and returned to the fortress battleship that he was guarding. Boom! Boom! In the void soon, this army of 100,000 spiritual battle towers, which were 300,000 meters in diameter, rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. The huge mouths of all the battle towers slowly turned and aimed at the retreating army of the Fierce Beast Alliance across the void of the universe billions of miles away. At this moment, countless experts in the void had their hearts in their throats. Many people even had suspicious looks in their eyes. Obviously, they did not understand the actions of the Devil Race Army of the Heavenly River Star Cluster. It should be known that in the rapidly retreating army of the Fierce Beast Alliance, there were hundreds of millions of fierce beasts. However, the Devil Race Army only sent out 100,000 Scarlet Battle Towers. Although they all looked quite amazing, and the mouths of the battle towers were 300,000 meters in diameter, the number was too small. 100,000 against hundreds of millions. What kind of deterrent force could this form? Of course, those who had this idea were those who had not seen the power of the demon race spiritual battle towers with their own eyes. Almost none of the experts in the three main starry sky planes would think so. Soon, as the current generation Devil Emperor Imo, when Tian roared in anger and gave the order, the 100,000 huge spiritual battle towers suddenly stopped. Thousands of honeycomb nodes slowly lit up, and energy was transmitted through the densely packed connecting pipes. In the thousands of honeycomb node battleships of the spiritual battle towers, there were a large number of demon race experts. In each honeycomb node, there would be a high priest of the demon race or a high-level member of the royal family who was proficient in spiritual power secret techniques. If they were divided up, there would be tens of thousands of demonic dweller powerhouses in each 3,000-meter diameter beehive-shaped node battleship. Under the command of the high priest or royal demonic dweller powerhouses in the node battleship, they would fully activate the demonic cores in their heads and unleash their mental powers. In the end, all the spiritual power would gather together and turn into a powerful spiritual power pulse. It would go through the huge, tube-shaped objects made of special materials and converge towards the smallest inner circle of the trumpet. After everything was completed, all of the spiritual power pulses gathered from the thousands of nodes would be blasted out by the 9 royal demon experts sitting in the smallest inner circle of the horn, the 9 nodes of the beehive. The moment this invisible spiritual power wave rushed out, it would be enlarged by the 9 layers of the trumpet and turn into a terrifying and invisible starry sky-level spiritual hurricane, which would destroy the enemy battleships in the opposite camp. This was definitely a great killing weapon. Although the Demonkin army had only mobilized 100,000 spiritual battle trolls this time, each of them could kill a large number of Demonkin soldiers. Moreover, the spiritual battle trolls that were launched were invisible and intangible. There was no way to defend against them. Even the energy shields of the battleships, fortresses were useless against them. At this moment, the 100,000 spiritual battle towers finally let out a shocking roar. In the thousands of honeycomb nodes, thousands of spiritual power streams flowed through the pipes and rushed to the core node of the core circle. Like a tsunami, they all rushed out in an instant. Chapter 4758. Roar. The terrifying sound waves were deafening. An invisible tidal wave like the sea of stars suddenly leaked out from the core node. The 9 outer rings of the spiritual war claws continued to expand, and finally turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and suddenly blasted out in an instant. Whoosh, boom, rumble. In an instant, a large number of dense and clear tearing sounds like rain rang out in front of them, covering the sky and the earth. The void hundreds of millions of miles away was torn inch by inch, and a large amount of void turbulence was shot out. This kind of power, if it was the spiritual war claws of the past, would definitely not be able to do it. At least the effective attack range would definitely not reach the level of hundreds of millions of miles. This was also the reason why Xian was curious and decided to let the demon army have a try. The spiritual war claws in his hand had been modified time and time again, so its power was naturally terrifying. But the demon race had been developing the spiritual war claws for decades, and just from the appearance, these 100,000 spiritual war claws were very different from before, but he was not sure about the specific effect. But at this moment, after seeing this kind of power, Xian was quite pleased. Although it was still not comparable to the spiritual war claws that he personally modified, compared to a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, it was at a completely different level, and its power was absolutely terrifying. It was only a single volley, but the void of the universe hundreds of millions of miles away crumbled inch by inch. In some of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence even formed a void vortex that looked like a black hole. With the sudden appearance of these void vortexes, an invisible and terrifying suction force spread out in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of space beasts that were retreating at high speed were swallowed up, fell into the void turbulence, and were completely exiled and completely disappeared. Not long after, the demon army's spiritual war claws showed its power again, and with just one attack, tens of millions of space beasts of the enemy camp were destroyed. Although the overall battle strength was not affected much, the key was that the army's morale was shaken. If it was in the past, once the spirit battle cry was activated, the demon dwellers would have to pay a heavy price. Under a full force attack, the tens of millions of demon dweller experts, who were the driving force of the battle cry, had almost all of the mental energy in their bodies depleted. Under such circumstances, the spirit warriors had to retreat immediately after unleashing a powerful spirit storm. However, this didn't happen this time. In less than 3 minutes, the Devil King Mo Wen-Tian, who was standing at the back of the army, waved his hand again. Buzz, 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 buzz. A series of low, buzzing sounds rang out as the 100,000 spiritual battle towers, suspended in mid-air, began to recharge once again. It was clear that they could continue to launch attacks in unison. Seeing this, Xian's eyes lit up in surprise. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation. Either that the demon dwellers in the beehive nodes of the battle cry were divided into 2 or more groups, so they could take turns to attack, or that the demon dwellers had made some important changes to the battle cry in the past few decades, which solved the drawback of needing a large amount of mental energy, so the demon dwellers in the beehive nodes of the battle cry didn't pour all of their mental energy into the battle cry every time they launched attacks. That was why they could launch the battle cry twice in a row, or even multiple times. No matter what the result was, it was gratifying. At least the facts in front of them couldn't be changed, and the battle cry army of the demon dwellers could indeed launch attacks many times. This was only the 100,000 spiritual battle cry army. If there were more, 1 million spiritual battle cry army would launch attacks at the same time. That kind of scene would be so shocking that even Xian would be shocked. Roar. Demon dwellers, please have mercy. At this moment, in the army of the ferocious beast alliance that was retreating quickly 1 billion miles ahead, a 7th-level universe supreme star beast suddenly transmitted his voice with his divine consciousness. Demon Master, I was reckless just now. I didn't mean to do anything else. As his divine consciousness transmitted, the entire army of the ferocious beast alliance stopped and didn't dare to make any moves. Just now, the battle cry army of the demon dwellers had only launched 1 attack, but had already caused such a heavy loss to the ferocious beast alliance. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful attack could be launched from 100,000 strange starboats that looked like trumpets. It could be said that although it was only 1 attack, the name of the Sky River sector and the Demon Dweller's army would definitely resound throughout the entire fragment of the untainted land. The other alliances wouldn't dare to attack them again. After all, in addition to their own strength, they had the support of Xianxia, the master of the Skyriver sector, who was as strong as the master of the Magic Hall and seemed to be even more ferocious. Although Xianxia wasn't stationed in the Skyriver sector for a long time, at least he was wandering in the fragment of the untainted land. If any power dared to cause trouble in the Skyriver sector, he would probably jump out to protect them. Then, what about you? As the army of the Ferocious Beast Alliance stopped and didn't dare to make any moves, the master of the Magic Hall slowly transmitted his divine consciousness from the Black Palace. Vaguely, there seemed to be an invisible but terrifying force locking on the three armies of the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Federation of a Human Race. These words were clearly directed at them. Wong, Hong Long Long. As the master of the Magic Hall transmitted his divine consciousness, the 100,000 spirit battlecry army of the Demon Dwellers slowly turned around and aimed their trumpets at the armies of the three alliances. Clearly, they were going to launch an attack at the slightest disagreement. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next moment, the higher-ups of the armies of the three alliances all rushed out. In the Star Alliance, except for the Blood Dragon tribe, the Cyan Rock tribe, and the Warrior Lion tribe, the higher-ups of the other 6 tribes, including the Inji tribe, the Barbarian Bull tribe, the Golden Eagle tribe, the Colorful Python tribe, the Greedy Wolf tribe, and the Tree Spirit tribe, all showed up. On the other side of the alliance of 10,000 races, the higher-ups of the former slave tribes of the First Universe also showed up. There were many familiar faces, such as Big Tooth Gene of the Space Rat tribe, Old Monster Ishuecheong of the Hell Ant tribe, and an old guy of the Giant Ferocious tribe. They were all Yixian's acquaintances. On the side of the Human Federation, there were the fallen Demon Prince, Zhao Lingyang, Xiaoyao Zi, and Inxia Fairy, Emperor Yuan of the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhan Wuxia, Crown Prince Zhan Lingfeng, and the monarch of the Heavenly Chun Empire, Crown Prince Su Biqing. Long Zuan of the Imperial Dynasty, who had a conflict with Yi Xian in the Death Starfield, Huai Dongzi, Tian Qinzi of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, Chot Dofu, and Yu Xianlong all showed up. Only the 7 higher-ups of the Human Federation, who had been humiliated to the point of being too ashamed to show up, still didn't show up. However, they had already secretly expressed their stance. At this moment, the 4 alliances all showed their allegiance. The Master of the Magic Hall had the momentum to rule the world in this Eldritch World fragment, and no one could stop him. Chapter 4759. Boom, rumble, swish, swish, swish in the distant void. Smaller battleships, and ferocious beasts were converging without exception. These guys were all the idle tribes and forces in the untainted land, except for the Big 5 Alliance and the Milky Way star area. Initially, he wanted to be an opportunist and stay in the distant void and watch from afar. But now, seeing that the 4 alliances, including the Human Federation, had surrendered, he dared not delay any longer and hurried over as soon as possible. Although they were all small forces and clans, and the scale of each troop was not large, there were too many of these small forces. At this moment, they had all gathered together and instantly surrounded the rear of the army of the 4 alliances. They were so densely packed that not even a drop of water could pass through. As the battleships came to a halt in midair, one figure after another charged out of the battleships, including the beasts. Every one of them was at least at the level of an emperor or above. Among them, there were many Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supremes. These idle powers were weak to begin with. If they didn't have 1 or 2 Universe Knights in charge, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Hence, this was understandable. As these fellows charged out and arrived in front of the forbidden land of the rising sun, figures began to appear from within the armies of the 4 great alliances. Similarly, they were all above the Emperor level. Those below the Emperor level didn't even have the right to greet the Magic Hall leader. 31 in the blink of an eye, A large number of figures darted out of the vast void with a radius of 1 billion miles. The aura in their bodies was very strong, but all of them were like eggplants that had been hit by frost. Their heads were drooping, and they looked listless and pitiful. In the end, even the 7 powerful figures from the remote antiquity era who had been hiding in their flagship fortresses also showed up in a bashful manner and worshipped the head of the demon palace together with all the others at this moment. Countless heavenly emperors and above congratulated in unison. The master of the magic hall had officially descended upon the chaos fragment to rule the world. From now on, the 5 alliances will be under the jurisdiction of the magic hall. Normally, the magic hall will not interfere with the internal affairs of your alliances. However, during critical moments, you will have to accept the command. When the large group of emperors and above were done with their worship, the magic hall master's voice resounded once more from the Black Palace ahead. From now on, every year, the Big 5 Alliance and all the other small forces and races will have to pay their annual tribute to the magic hall. The 6-headed blood dragon will send the specific list to the various races and forces later. In addition, as members of the 5 foreign alliances under the magic hall, you can also enjoy the benefits of being a direct subordinate of the magic hall. However, the merit points you need to exchange for resources and elixirs must be doubled. The specific exchange standards will be announced together with the annual payment list. As for today's matter, since you dared to disobey my summons, you will naturally be punished. All races and forces will leave behind 10% of their battleships as compensation. As for the Beast Army, leave behind 10% of them and keep them within the magic hall. The moment the voice was heard, the Black Palace that towered above the 4 armies of the magic hall suddenly flew up and disappeared into the depths of the forbidden ground in the blink of an eye. Seeing the master of the magic hall leave with the Black Palace, the countless great beings in the vast battlefield in front of them all let out a sigh of relief. Although giving up 10% of their battleships as compensation was painful, it wasn't completely unacceptable. At least, they wouldn't be like the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion armies who were all captured and forced to stay in the forbidden ground of the rising sun for eternity. In addition, although the 5 alliances would become one of the 5 foreign alliances under the Magic Hall from now on, they had to accept the orders of the Magic Hall at critical times and accept the unified dispatch. However, at least on normal days, the Magic Hall wouldn't interfere with the internal affairs of their alliances. As for the annual payment, it might be a heavy burden, but now that they were under someone else's roof, they had no choice but to lower their heads. At least they had won some time and opportunity for peaceful development. As for the so-called exchange of merit points for all kinds of top-grade cultivation resources and elixirs of various levels from the Magic Hall, although they had heard about it, they didn't take it to heart at all. These guys were just temporarily accommodating. Don't forget that in their ancestral lands, there was still a large number of core ancestors who hadn't awakened. Apart from the Primordial Age, there are also Primordial Age Supreme Masters. Moreover, the Bloody Unicorn, the 9-headed Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock had only retreated temporarily and hadn't died yet. Today, the 4 Primordial Age Supreme Masters and the 12 Primordial Age Supreme Masters couldn't defeat the combined forces of the Master of the Magic Hall and the Sky River Star Master, Xianxia. However, this didn't mean that in the future, when the Primordial Age Supreme Masters of their respective tribes woke up one after another, they wouldn't be a match for them either. If the 4 Primordial Age Supreme Masters and the 12 Primordial Age Supreme Masters weren't a match for them, then they would double, triple. One day, they would be able to overthrow the Magic Hall. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the various high-ranking officials in the Void Battleground exchanged glances and gave orders one after another. According to the Master of the Magic Hall's request, they would circumcise themselves as a form of apology. Then, the leaders of the 3 alliances and all the other small and idle forces and races returned to their respective flagship fortresses, and the armies left one after another. In just one day, this Void Battleground was empty. Even the 4 major armies of the Magic Hall had retreated to the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. After that, the six-headed blood dragon, and the other high-ranking officials and generals of the Magic Hall still had to follow the Demon Master's instructions and prepare the annual payment list of the 5 foreign forces and the other small and idle factions and tribes, as well as the various data lists of the top-level resources that were exchanged for merits. After the 5 foreign forces and the other small and idle factions were sent out, they were finally done with their work. They could calm down and begin to cultivate in seclusion to improve their cultivation and strength. At this moment, as the various forces left, the 4 major armies of the Magic Hall also returned. Under the leadership of Old Demon Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and the other high-ranking officials, the army of the Sky River Star Zone slowly moved out of the forbidden land of Rising Sun and toward the Sky River Star Zone. In the center of the army, there was a million-meter-wide flagship main control hall. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wentian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Tortoise Clan Leader Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small forces and families. The 3 girls, Purplish Warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, were also present. Chapter 4760. The Sky River Army slowly drove out of the forbidden land of Rising and headed toward Sky River Star Zone. At this time, in the center of the army, in the flagship control hall of a superstar fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, all the higher-ups were gathered. This included Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wentian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small sects and clans. Of course, there were also Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat stifling and oppressive because there were still some traces of anger on the faces of the 3 girls. Obviously, they had not yet vented their anger. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, and the other higher-ups looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. That's enough, girls. Yi Xian is not that kind of person. He must have his reasons for doing this. Don't you believe him? That's right. That guy's cultivation has reached the supreme master of the remote antiquity realm, which is shocking. He must have had a very different experience. Naturally, he can't stay in the Sky River Star area all the time. You have to understand this. Besides, didn't he just explain it himself? He has important things to do, so he can't leave now. The most important thing is that he is fine. That is the most important thing. Although he left immediately after showing his face, since he has reached such a high level, he should be able to return soon. Even if you have many questions in your hearts, you can just interrogate him when the time comes. Is there need to be so angry now? As the others tried to persuade them, the 3 girls gradually calmed down, and the atmosphere in the hall relaxed a bit. Everyone then remembered what they had to do and turned to look at Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. They were gathered here because of the training resources that Yi Xian had given to Old Devil Mosquito Butcher before he left. There were close to 100 upper echelons present, and all of them were on good terms with Yi Xian. Before he left, he actually said that he could help these close to 100 people break through to the level of Universe Supreme within a short period of time. This was simply shocking, and it also aroused everyone's curiosity. This time, Yi Xian had left behind a batch of resources for Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. There were purple gold medicines, 9-colored medicines, and chaos medicines. As for the various grades of treasure pills, from the 24th grade Emperor Sealing Treasure Pill to the 27th grade Supreme Treasure Pill, there were quite a few of them. There were even 10 level 28 Supreme Elixir Pellets. All of this was stored in a storage Dharma treasure. He waved his hand and handed it over to Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, meaning that Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher would distribute it. Besides, regarding this matter, Yi Xian had other instructions. He had specially left a jade scroll in the storage Dharma treasure with some instructions. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had already taken this jade scroll, but he had not checked it yet. Now that everyone was gathered here, he wanted to take out the various resources that Yi Xian had given him in public and verify them together. Xiao, With a wave of his hand, this storage Dharma treasure was taken out by old ghost mosquito butcher, and it hung in the middle of the hall. He did not take out everything inside, because even a fool would know that there would be a huge amount of things inside. Although this hall was spacious, it might not be able to accommodate all of them. Besides, the storage Dharma treasure had not been refined at all. Anyone could extend their spirit consciousness into it and instantly find out what was inside. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had obviously already checked it. At this moment, his expression was extremely strange. He turned around and looked at everyone, then pointed at the storage Dharma treasure hanging in the middle of the hall. There was no doubt about what he meant. Everyone looked at each other, and there was a look of anticipation on their faces. Then, one after another, they extended their spirit consciousness into the storage Dharma treasure and began to investigate. Almost in the next moment, there was a loud gasp. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and there was a wave of horrified exclamations. They had been in this fragment of the untainted land for decades and had come into contact with fierce beasts and survivors. Therefore, they had obviously heard of the purple gold elixir and the 9-color divine elixir. Of course, they had only heard of them. After all, in this fragment of the untainted land, these things originally belonged to the legends. What? Purple crystal elixir? There are so many of them. That's nothing. Didn't you see the 9-colored divine elixir? No wonder that guy's cultivation improved so quickly. He actually has this legendary top-level resource. We're really rich this time. What's that gray thing? It doesn't disperse much energy, and it gives people a feeling of returning to nature. It seems to be of a higher level than the 9-colored divine elixir. This is something that doesn't even exist in legends. Treasure elixir, so many treasure elixirs. They all emit different auras. There are untainted emperors, universe knights, universe masters, and universe supremes. There are even 10 elixirs that emit strong, ancient auras. Will these treasure elixirs have the same effect as the gene cultivation fluid? One elixir can make an existence at the pinnacle of the 9th level enter the next realm in a short time. That guy is known as the 3 masters of medicine, weapon, and array. Only he can make such things. My God, even a powerful being in the ancient era can achieve success with just one treasure elixir. This is unbelievable. Seclusion. After we go back, the entire Scarver sector will enter seclusion. We must improve our cultivation in a short time. Screech. Yixian didn't know what was happening in the outside world. Now, he had returned to the cave star and was sitting in the magic hall. Yixian, who was transformed by the black fog body, had also returned. The 7 gorgeous cultivators had entered seclusion again. After putting away the demonic dragon imperial carriage, the black fog body had also returned to its original body. Yixian was going to enter seclusion again. After so many battles, he had fully integrated what he had gained from the last breakthrough into his body and spirit. The opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. Long. After making the decision, Yixian waved his hand and took out the Shen Known Cauldron. It floated behind the giant mountain where the magic hall was located. Then he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. After entering the space inside the cauldron, he sat cross-legged above the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Shio. Then a large number of faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out from Yixian's body and hovered in front of him. This included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-color divine medicine, and so on. There was also a pot of chaos great herbs, which were all cultivation resources he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. After all this was done, Yixian immediately activated the power of the Shen Known Cauldron's field and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, Yixian swallowed the nascent soul fist-sized round bead, which quickly dissolved. Chapter 4761. 1. Hong Long. All of the cultivation resources melted as soon as they entered his mouth. Yixian's body instantly emitted the sound of chains and thunder that covered the sky and earth. In less than half a breath of time, All of the resources that he had swallowed earlier had turned into a large river of energy that was filled with boundless power. Everything that followed was a walk in the park. Yixian focused and fully activated the river of energy that had formed in his body. It continued to circulate in his meridians until it was completely refined. Not long after, as the river of energy disappeared, it had completely integrated into his godly soul and body. Yixian had only gathered his strength to launch a single attack before the shackles snapped. The anticipated system notification soon sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, Primordial Age Level 5. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of blood energy. Current realm, Primordial Age Level 5. Primordial Age Level 5. Previously, Yixian's original body's cultivation level was at the Primordial Age Level 4. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could instantly reach the Primordial Age Level 5. Using the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reaching the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to the Primordial Age Level 5. If the majestic blood energy in his body was added to his cultivation level, his actual battle power would be comparable to a Desolate Master Level 6. And this time, with a successful breakthrough, Yixian would instantly possess the strength of a Primordial Age Level 6 after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Once he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a Primordial Age Level 6 Universe Supreme. If he was in the form of a 60 million miles long fleshly body, the overwhelming power of blood essence would add another level to his actual combat prowess. At that time, the strongest battle power he could display would be comparable to a Primordial Age Level 7 Desolate Master. Primordial Age Level 7. This was the late Desolate Master level. Under normal circumstances, Yixian would be invincible under the late Desolate Master level, even if he had the Blood Sea Secret Technique. Once he activated the Blood Sea Secret Technique's clone power, he would be able to condense 3 Blood Sea clones in an instant. All of them possessed terrifying battle power that was comparable to a rank 6 Desolate supremacy. In a situation where it was 3 against 1, even if it was a 9th rank Desolate Venerable, they would be able to fight him. Of course, it would at most be a draw. However, if he used the Heaven-Falling Bow, even the peak Desolate supremacy of the 9th rank perfection, which was also a half-step way of heaven like the Void Giant Tortoise, would be killed by his arrow if it was caught off guard. Thus, it would perish. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian's heart surged like never before. 5th rank Almighty. After the breakthrough was completed, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, a bright light flashed and disappeared. He murmured softly, "There are only 4 small breakthroughs away from the Desolate Antiquity Great Perfection Stage 9 that is required to take a Level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill." From the looks of it, the refinement of the Level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill is becoming more and more urgent. Furthermore, I have also obtained a large amount of Almighty Blood Essence this time. But no matter what, the refinement of the Level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill cannot be delayed any longer. It must be started immediately. At this point, his eyes flashed. Yixian immediately made a decision. He would not delay any longer. Taking advantage of the current situation, he would first refine the Level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill that would be used to officially break through to the Supreme Desolate Antiquity realm in the future. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With a wave of his hand, the almighty blood essence that had already been condensed appeared in the palm of his right hand. After the previous battle, the number of almighty blood essences that Yixian used to refine the Level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill had reached a huge amount of 15. Furthermore, among these 15 almighty blood essences, there were actually 2 supreme grade items. It was almost as if one was equivalent to 2 supreme grade items. Including the 2 supreme grade items, there were a total of 15 almighty blood essences in his hands. According to his calculations, with Yi Xian's current attainments in alchemy, once he opened the furnace, refining 13 level 29 desolate supreme treasure pills was already a foregone conclusion. There was no longer any suspense. Even the probability of producing 14 pills was not completely zero. Although it was not high, it was at least around 40%. If not for this, he would not have decided to start the refinement now. The level 29 treasure pill was also known as the Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Just one pill would allow the existence of the Great Perfection Stage 9 of the Desolate Antiquity realm to smoothly break through the bottleneck of the Great Perfection Stage 9 in a short period of time. Right now, Yi Xian's own cultivation base had already reached the 5th stage of the Desolate Antiquity realm. In other words, he only needed to break through 4 small stages before he could consume a level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. And with this, it was time to become a true Desolate Supreme. To him, this was extremely important. Therefore, this pill could not be delayed any longer. It had to be refined as soon as possible. However, as for how many Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills could be produced in this furnace, it was still unknown. However, one thing was certain. 13 pills was the minimum guarantee, but there was a possibility of 14 or even 15 pills being produced. It was just that the probability was relatively small. As for more than 16 pills, that was basically impossible. It was an unrealistic wish. Right now, the 15 almighty blood essences in his hands would be used together with a large number of other top-grade treasures and treasured bodies of desolate antiquity creatures as the basic ingredients for Yi Xian's refinement of the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Of course, in addition to these 2 most important basic ingredients, Yi Xian would also add in some of the all-evil origin liquid, as well as the top-grade resources he found in the primordial chaos void. After finishing all the preparations for the refinement, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand and took out all the resources and top-grade treasures required for the formula. Then he closed his eyes, Shinon Cauldron, inside the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano. Swish, 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 swish. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out one after another. Densely packed lights of various colors shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central domain volcano and directly appeared above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. All the lights suddenly paused for a moment. These were the top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for the refinement of the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Whoosh! Then a sound like the howling of the wind rang out. Almost in the next instant, a majestic Shinon 9-colored flame whizzed up from the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano. In the blink of an eye, the 9-colored flame pool condensed into a 9-colored cauldron. It was small and simple, and it exuded an extraordinary aura. In the next instant, the almighty blood essences and other materials and resources that had been prepared flew up automatically and entered this small flame cauldron. At this moment, the refinement of the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill in Yi Xian's hands officially began. Chapter 4762. A level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Just one pill was enough to make a Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill a Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill become a Desolation Supreme Treasure in an instant. Just based on this point, its importance and preciousness could be imagined. Now, it was Yi Xian's first time refining a level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. The raw materials used were all blood essence of a powerful Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill. Each pill represented a powerful Desolation Supreme Treasure. It was too precious. If it failed, the loss would be so heavy that he didn't dare to imagine it. Therefore, this time he didn't dare to take it lightly at all. He wholeheartedly controlled everything and focused on it like never before. Soon, as he chanted, a series of alchemy techniques were formed in Yi Xian's hands. The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they turned into obscure, mysterious runes and went into the 9-color cauldron at the bottom of the Central Territory volcano. From this moment on, The refinement of this cauldron of level 29 desolate supreme treasure pills officially began. Unknowingly, a month passed in the blink of an eye. But Yixian didn't feel it at all. His whole mind had been immersed in the refining of this desolate supreme treasure pill, completely forgetting the existence of time. Boom! It was at this moment, above the flame pool at the bottom of the Central Territory volcano in the cauldron space, a huge roar sounded. As the rumble descended, the cauldron formed purely from the Shinong, 9-colored flames instantly dissipated, and the river of 9-colored flames roared back into the fire pool below. And what was left above the flame pool were 15 round beads the size of nascent soul fists. These 15 round beads were all purple in color. The surface was full of dense 9-color mist, and there was a layer of dreamy halo, revealing a simple and heavy aura. It was the level 29 desolate supreme treasure pill. Just one of them was enough to make a peak level 9 cultivator of the Desolation Supreme Realm break through to level 29 of the Supreme Realm of the Desolation Supreme in a short period of time. It was the Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill. There are actually 15 pills. After the refinement was completed, Yixian opened his eyes. When he saw the 16 supreme pellets floating in front of him that emitted a dense aura of the Desolate Sovereign, his face froze for a moment before he sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, Yixian only had a total of 15 supreme being blood essences that were used to refine the Desolate Sovereign's treasure pill. Although 2 of them were of the highest quality, they were used to kill the half-step Desolate Sovereign of the Primordial Era, who was at the Great Perfection Stage 9, and obtained the boundless blood and chi from his body after his body exploded. It was condensed. But before this, 13 pills of level 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill was the minimum guarantee according to Yixian's calculation. Although there was a possibility of 14 or even 15 pills, the probability was very small. As for obtaining more than 16, that was basically impossible. It was an unrealistic wish. He didn't expect that this 30% chance would become a reality. It could only be said that his luck was too good. It was simply good luck. After a moment of joy, Yixian suddenly thought of the 7 girls. His face froze, and he immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. The 15 level 29 desolate sovereign pellets he obtained this time seemed to be quite a lot, but to Yixian, it was far from enough. Aside from the one he kept for himself, there were only 14 left. Among them, the 7 girls' corpse ancestor Hamba definitely had 1 each. After all, they were already mid-stage, almighty beings, and breaking through to the peak of the 9th step in his previous life was simply impossible. It wouldn't take long. The next time they woke up, they would definitely reach it. Previously, when their cultivation strength was constantly rising, even if they were to cross a large realm, they didn't need to use the various levels of treasure pills. That was because they had already reached the Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill of the 9th level in their previous life. However, in this life, after reaching the Primordial Great Perfection Stage 9, if they wanted to make another breakthrough and become a Desolate Supremacy expert, they had to consume a level 29 Desolate Supremacy Treasure Pill. Otherwise, if they had to rely on themselves, they would have to wait for an extremely long time. As a result, there were only 7 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pills left. However, Yixian had a lot of trusted subordinates. For example, the Old Pig Spirit, the 6-headed Blood Dragon, the Elephant Fox Ferret, Ingtai, the Flying Centipede, the Old Monster Inji, the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, as well as Elders Sang Ji, Zhao Adong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, the Green Ox and Yuling Long, the Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, the Black Wind Tiger, the Howling Moon Mastiff, and the others. There was also the Immemorial Porcupine and the Immemorial Turtle that had yet to arrive. There was also the Mosquito Butcher, Naples, the Demon Emperor Imo Wentian, the Demon Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan's Patriarch Ming Jiao, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Chanru, and so on. Don't be fooled by the fact that the cultivation levels of these fellows were uneven. However, that was only in the past. As Yixian gradually gathered the great beings from the various camps and armies under his command, large amounts of purple gold treasure medicines, 9-colored godly medicines, and even chaos great medicines and treasured pills of various levels were poured into them. Their cultivation levels, which were now very different from each other, would become closer and closer to each other. This was what it was supposed to be. The lower one's cultivation level, the faster one's cultivation level would rise after using these top-notch cultivation resources. In the future, Yixian would most likely have a large number of Universe Supreme beings and even powerful beings from the Primordial Era under his command. Just based on the 7-level, 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pills in his hands, it would not be good to give them to anyone. Moreover, Yixian had already promised one to the powerful being in a gray robe from the Alliance of the Survivors under his command not long ago. In this way, there were actually only 6-level, 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pills left in his hand. Sigh. It seems that I still have to continue hunting the space beasts of the powerful beings from the Primordial Era. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian immediately sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. Without a doubt, he still had to continue hunting the space beasts of the powerful beings from the Primordial Era. However, this was not urgent. After all, these fellows still needed some time to grow up. As for Yixian himself, there was another matter that was more important and urgent. That was the derivation of the perfect level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill formula. After the derivation of the level 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill the last time, Yixian immediately issued an order to the devouring system in his body to fully derive the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill formula. The derivation of the perfect level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill formula obviously required more time. If the Great Wilderness Era were to fully descend, Yixian would have to deal with many things at that time. He was afraid that he would not be able to take the time to concentrate on deriving the pill formula. Therefore, this matter had to be completed now. The level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill was extremely important to him. If this pill was refined, Yixian would be able to guarantee that he would enter the Heavenly Tao realm. When that happened, even if he were to encounter the Heavenly Tao's Eye or that old fogey, Xingbua, he would not be afraid. These two fellows had long become two thorns in Yixian's heart. He would have to face them sooner or later. Regarding this, he did not wish to avoid it, nor would he avoid it. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4763. Although he still had the 9 transformations devil-ape bloodline ability, according to past practice, even if he was only at the desolate venerable realm, he would still have the cultivation of the heavenly Tao realm. However, the heavenly Tao realm was different. Whether the 9 transformations devil-ape bloodline ability could reach that level, Yixian had no idea. Therefore, the level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill had to be refined successfully no matter what. What he had to do now was to deduce the perfect pill formula. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated. Yixian instantly executed the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability. At the same time, he also executed the Blood Sea secret technique. Therefore, his cross-legged figure at the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron did not change. He was still about 3 meters tall, but his cultivation had already reached the 6th Order Desolate Venerable Realm. The 6th Order Desolate Venerable Realm was already the peak of the initial stage. One more step, and he would enter the late-stage Desolate Venerable Realm. His divine sense could be said to be extremely powerful. In addition to the full cooperation of the system's calculation ability, according to Yixian's deduction, it was very likely that he would reach level 30 this time. The perfect pill formula of the Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill had been deduced in one go. However, he had no idea how long it would take. After all, it was the Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill. One pill could allow a 9th Order Desolate Venerable Realm existence to enter the Heavenly Tao realm. It was definitely not an ordinary pill. Naturally, one could imagine how difficult it would be. With this kind of expectation, Yixian adjusted his state of mind and quickly collected his thoughts. He combined with the devouring system in his body and pushed the system's calculation and deduction ability to the limit. Then, with the help of the sixth-order desolate venerable divine sense, he began to deduce the perfect pill formula of the level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill. Not long ago, he had spent more than half a year to deduce the perfect pill formula of the level 29 desolate venerable rel treasure pill. But this time, on one hand, Yi Xian's cultivation had reached the sixth-order desolate venerable realm, and his divine sense was much more powerful. Too much. On the other hand, because of the perfect pill formula of the level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill, he had already instructed the devouring system in his body to deduce it at full speed. It was more or less a prototype. Therefore, even though the heavenly path treasure pill was no small matter, Yi Xian only used 2 years to successfully complete everything. 2 years later, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyes glowed with excitement. Phew! Level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill. Finally, we've successfully completed it. At this moment, Yi Xian muttered softly as he heaved a long sigh of relief, and his heart suddenly relaxed. Moreover, his voice even carried a form of excitement and happiness that couldn't be concealed. Boom! Rumble! Just as Yi Xian was rejoicing in his heart, in the universe void outside the cave star under his feet, there was an earth-shattering sound of thunder in an instant, and a large number of black tribulation clouds surged over. When he turned around to look, he saw dense and pitch-black tribulation clouds gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a breath of time, there was already an area of over 100 million kilometers high in the sky that was completely filled with pitch-black tribulation clouds. This scene caused Yi Xian to be stunned, and confusion surfaced in his heart. Even in the desolate ancient great expert realm, if it was only a small breakthrough, there would definitely not be a lightning tribulation, unless it was a breakthrough of a large realm. But now, Yi Xian didn't even cultivate at all. Although he had refined a batch of desolate sovereign pellets, he didn't take them out, and instead left them in the Shinnon cauldron. The chi of heaven and earth was isolated, so the pill tribulation that should have arrived was definitely pushed back. Only when he took out this batch of desolate supreme treasure pills in the future would the desolate supreme pill tribulation come. After all, it was the desolate supreme pellet. Just one pellet was enough to allow a desolate supreme realm cultivator to break through to the supreme realm of the ancients in a short period of time after swallowing it. It would be strange if there was no pill tribulation. The reason why Yi Xian didn't take it out now was because he was worried that it would attract unnecessary trouble. After all, it was too eye-catching. That was all. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a desolate supreme treasure pill to descend without taking out the Shinnon furnace. Furthermore, it had been 2 years since Yi Xian refined this batch of desolate supreme treasure pills. If there really was a desolate supreme treasure pill, it wouldn't have waited until now. Could it be? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart suddenly stirred, and his expression instantly changed. At that moment, he instantly understood everything. What attracted the heavenly tribulation was not the 15 desolate supreme treasure pills that he had left in the Shinnon furnace after refining, but the perfect pill formula for the level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill that he had just deduced. After all, it was the heavenly Tao treasure pill. A single pill could allow a desolate supreme treasure pill to step into the heavenly Tao realm. It was definitely not an ordinary item. However, Yi Xian had yet to refine the heavenly Tao treasure pill. Just by deducing the perfect pill formula, it caused a desolate supreme treasure pill to descend. Attracting the arrival of the heavenly tribulation, this really made people speechless. It's normal when you think about it. The heavenly Tao represents the profound meaning of the great Tao that operates in the world. A single treasure pill can allow one to step into this realm. Naturally, it's heaven-defying. It's inevitable that the heavens will be jealous. After a moment of depression, a bitter smile appeared on Yi Xian's face as he muttered softly. Although the heavenly Tao treasure pill has yet to be refined, the perfect pill formula for the treasure pill was deduced by me. Therefore, if there are no accidents, The target of this wave of heavenly tribulation is me. At this point, a bright light flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he put away the Shinong furnace. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared. At this moment, with the sudden appearance of the terrifying tribulation clouds in the void, the huge forbidden land of rising sun was already in an uproar. The green ox, the six-headed blood flood dragon, Zhao Dong, and the other upper echelons all walked out of seclusion with a look of surprise on their faces. Color. However, when they saw that the center of all the tribulation clouds was the Demon Master's cave star, they heaved a long sigh of relief, and joy appeared on their faces. This was clearly the rhythm of the Demon Master's breakthrough. With his powerful cultivation of the sixth-order remote ancient supreme, how could he be afraid of this small heavenly tribulation? At this moment, a ray of light rushed out from inside the star at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it left the forbidden land of rising Sunday. The vast tribulation clouds that originally enveloped the cave star followed, like a shadow, and chased after it. The green ox, the six-headed blood flood dragon, Zhao Dong, and the others understood that the Demon Master did not want to undergo heavenly tribulation in the forbidden land of rising sun to avoid being implicated. Immediately, they flew together with the other upper echelons of the magic hall and followed the vast tribulation clouds. Behind them, looking from afar, whoosh, rumble. After a short while, Yixian came to a remote void nearly 10 billion miles away from the forbidden land of rising Sunday. Behind him, the vast tribulation clouds that covered a radius of 1 billion miles followed closely behind. An astonishing rumbling sound were constantly heard. After all, this was a strange, heavenly tribulation triggered by the heavenly Tao treasure pill's pill formula. It was no small matter, so the number of tribulation clouds was outrageous. Although Yixian was completely fearless, he had to consider the safety of his subordinates. Now that the tribulation clouds had been lured away, he was completely relieved. To him, the next wave of heavenly tribulation was just a baptism of heavenly tribulation. In the face of the heavenly tribulation that made cultivators pale, he had never taken it seriously. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4764. Hong Long Long, Kacha. At this moment, as Yixian's figure abruptly stopped in this secluded void, the vast tribulation cloud that had been following behind him once again enveloped the sky above his head, and at the first moment, a purple-gold lightning bolt descended. It was too thick, at least 30,000 meters in size. Judging from its power, even an ordinary star would be split apart with one strike. Roar! However, Yixian did not take it to heart. At this moment, he was still in the form of a violent ape that was about 3 meters tall. He raised his head and let out a violent roar. The aura in his body was completely activated, and his entire person was like the most blazing small star. Within the body of the violent ape that was only about 3 meters tall, endless treasure light seemed to erupt in an instant, bursting out through the 1.08 billion pores on the surface of his body. Kacha! An ear-piercing crisp sound was heard, and the tribulation cloud in the sky surged even more violently in an instant. After a short breath, an incomparably thick purple-gold lightning bolt had already struck down. Raidi seal. Almost at the same time, Yixian softly called out, and the Raidi seal that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind shot out. Screech. The moment it was released, the Raidi seal immediately flew up, and an incomparably high-pitched screech resounded from within the Emperor's seal. This was the Emperor's seal, Thunder Spirit, rejoicing. To it, this kind of tribulation lightning was the best opportunity for it to temper itself. The Thunder Spirit within the Emperor's seal had long since broken through to the Universe Master level during Yixian's tribulation. And after this period of nurturing and absorbing, the moment it appeared, its body was filled with a strong pressure of a Universe Supreme Master. Aura. And this time, after sensing the powerful aura of the tribulation lightning, the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit rejoiced again, because this tribulation lightning was not only an opportunity for Yixian, it was also an opportunity for itself. After the baptism of the tribulation lightning, the Rai seal would become even more powerful, and the Emperor Seal Thunder Spirit would most likely break through to the primordial master level. This was a great opportunity, so naturally it was extremely excited, and it had a feeling that it could not hold back long ago. The feeling of coming. It has actually reached the universe supreme level. Seeing the appearance of the Thunder Spirit, Yixian was stunned for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said with certainty, "This wave of tribulation lightning is a little special. I wonder how many bolts of lightning will descend. Let's stick to the rules from before. I'll let you swallow the first 2 bolts, and whether you can take this opportunity to break through to the primordial master level will depend on your luck." Just as he finished speaking, the first wave of tribulation lightning above his head smashed down. Although it descended towards Yixian's head, it didn't leak out at all and was completely absorbed by the Thunder Emperor's seal. Screech. Immediately, the Thunder Spirit's cheers came from the Emperor's seal again. This time, it was very satisfied. After all, this was a special tribulation lightning attracted by the Heavenly Path treasure pill, and the tribulation lightning contained a special kind of energy that was very beneficial to the Thunder Spirit. However, no matter how powerful the tribulation lightning was, it would not cause any harm to the Thunder Spirit. It was the Thunder Spirit, and it had always been nurtured in the Rai seal, which was the origin of all the lightning in the world. Rumble. Kacha. The Thunder Spirit's shears had just ended when the second loud crack came from the sky above. This time, a thicker bolt of purple gold lightning, reaching a height of 20,000 feet, suddenly rushed over. Facing this wave of tribulation lightning, Yixian still did not do anything. He put his hands behind his back and let the Rai seal above his head absorb the second bolt of lightning. Almost at the next moment, an even more cheerful and violent sound came from the Emperor's seal, revealing an even more powerful aura. It was the Primordial Master. Your luck is not bad. You actually really stepped into the realm of Supreme Expert. Feeling the powerful aura emitted from the Rai seal, Yixian nodded in satisfaction, and a look of joy appeared on his face. This time, the Thunder Spirit of the Emperor's seal had a great fortune. Even though it was only at the first stage of the Primordial Era, it possessed the Lightning Spirit body, granting it fearsome battle prowess. Most likely, even a mid-4th stage cultivator would be no match for it. If they were to encounter it, they would have no choice but to flee in fear. Swish! Overjoyed, Yixian waved his hand, and the Rai seal hanging above his head instantly disappeared. It turned into a purple gold light that entered between his eyebrows, and once again hung above his sea of consciousness. The Thunder Spirit had only absorbed the energy of the 2 terrifying waves of tribulation lightning just now. Now that it was quietly nurturing it, it should be able to increase its strength by a few small levels. Crack! On this side, just as the Rai seal was put away by Yixian, an incomparably clear explosive sound came from the void above his head once again. In his line of sight, the vast tribulation cloud surged even more violently in an instant. In a short breath of time, an incomparably thick purple gold lightning bolt smashed down. Its might had actually increased explosively by several times compared to before. The diameter of the tribulation lightning had reached 300,000 meters. Moreover, as this bolt of lightning struck down, the jet-black tribulation cloud that enveloped an area of 1 billion kilometers in the sky instantly dissipated. It could be seen that all the power in the tribulation cloud had gathered in this bolt of tribulation lightning, and its might was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. It was stronger than any of the lightning tribulations that Yixian had passed in the past. There was no comparison at all. It emitted an endless aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. However, Yixian was still fearless in the face of this. He currently had the terrifying strength of a 6th-order Desolate Elder, and his physical body had always been strong. Even if it was a terrifying tribulation lightning with a diameter of 100,000 feet, it would at most temper his physical body. After curling his lips, his figure flashed, and he directly rushed towards the terrifying tribulation cloud that covered the endless void above his head. Screech! At this moment, under the agitation of his emotions, the violent ape let out a long howl. It did not dodge, but instead its figure shot out amidst the howl. In the blink of an eye, it entered the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. Rumble! The next scene that occurred was too shocking. Within the extremely vast violet gold tribulation cloud, numerous terrifying rumbling and explosions resounded incessantly from the beginning until the end. A lightning bolt with a diameter of 100,000 feet exploded. A vast expanse of space within billions of miles was enveloped by a sea of purple gold lightning. The space trembled slightly, as if it could collapse at any moment. Although this was only a single bolt of lightning, it raged for dozens of breaths. Then, this vast sea of lightning that covered billions of miles of space completely disappeared. The vast expanse of space was thus cleared. Whoosh! As the entire sea of lightning disappeared, a faint sound of something breaking through the air was quickly heard. In the next moment, the violent ape walked out of the void high in the sky. There was not a single wound on its precious body. It was shining brightly, and it emitted an endless aura of an eternity lord. Its might spread in all directions. This wave of tribulation lightning made him feel extremely happy, unprecedentedly comfortable. Moreover, the gains from the previous breakthrough had been completely digested and integrated into his physical body and divine soul. In other words, if Xian was willing, he could immediately start a new round of seclusion to break through again. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4765. Xiao. As the tribulation clouds dispersed, the violet gold sea of lightning that raged in the void and enveloped a vast area of several billion kilometers disappeared as well. Bao Yuan's figure flashed, and he instantly shot over from afar, arriving at the edge of the forbidden land of sunrise. Within his line of sight were the six-headed blood Devourer, Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Xianxia, the Azure Ox, Yuling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, the Black Wind Tiger, the Howling Moon Mastiff, the Three-Clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, the Blood Devourer Ancestor, and the Azure Rock Ancestor. Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion were all emperors. There were a total of 1,000 figures, all of whom were emperors or above. They were all the higher-ups of the magic hall of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, and they were all gathered here. Now, 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, everyone's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Six-headed Blood Dragon was still a universe supreme, but he had reached the late stage of that level. Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, the four beasts, Blood Dragon Ancestor, and Green Rock Ancestor were all universe knights, but now they had all become universe masters. Even Green Cow, Yuling Long, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, Three-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the elders of the Xianxia remnant race, who were originally only undying emperors, had now become universe knights. Other than that, there were many new faces amongst the emperors. They must have broken through from emperor level to emperor level in the past 2 years, leaping into the upper echelon of emperor level. It could be said that in the past 2 years, all the higher-ups of the magic hall of the forbidden land of Rising Sun had improved by a huge level, which was a joyous occasion. The reason why they were all gathered here was because of the huge commotion caused by the Thunder Trial. Some of them were in seclusion, but they were all alarmed and rushed over to watch from the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun. The scale and might of this wave of lightning tribulation were terrifying. They had never seen anything like it before in their lives. Shock appeared on their faces as they were guessing in their hearts what level Yi Xian's cultivation had reached after transcending the tribulation. This was to be expected. If he hadn't broken through, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't have come for no reason. Besides, the Lord Devil Lord's talent was amazing. In the past 2 years, their cultivation had increased by a large realm. Even if the Lord Devil Lord's cultivation was too high and it was impossible for him to increase his strength by such a large margin, he could still make 1 or 2 small breakthroughs. But it was still very possible. 2 years ago, he was already a rank 5 Desolate Venerable. If he were to break through another 2 small ranks, he would be a rank 7 Desolate Venerable. He would only be 2 ranks away from the half-step Heavenly Way. Furthermore, the heavenly tribulation from before was so astounding that many of them were guessing if Yi Xian had broken through to the heavenly Tao realm in one fell swoop. This was not surprising. Generally speaking, the breakthrough of a small realm would not cause heavenly tribulation to descend. Heavenly tribulation would only descend when breaking through a large realm. In their impression, Yi Xian was already a late-stage Desolate Venerable. If he broke through a large realm, he would naturally be in the heavenly Tao realm. However, at this moment, Yi Xian, in the form of a violent ape, shot over from afar and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. The cultivation aura emitted from his body was clearly only a rank 1 Desolate Venerable. Everyone was stunned, and a dull expression appeared on their faces. In 2 years, he had only broken through a small realm. Moreover, it was only a small realm breakthrough, yet it attracted such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. What should they say? Was he a monstrous talent or something else? It was really hard to judge. Disperse. Those who should be in seclusion continue. It's just a small heavenly tribulation. What's there to watch? Yi Xian grinned. He understood what these fellows were muttering in their hearts, so he didn't delay any longer. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he directly headed towards the cave star. This lightning tribulation allowed him to fully integrate the gains he had gained from his breakthrough 2 years ago into his body and soul. The opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. Yi Xian naturally would not let it go. He decided to return to the cave-dwelling star and begin another seclusion to break through again. At the same time, hundreds of billions of miles away from the rising sun Forbidden Land, in a secluded star field near the star field where the Fierce Beast Alliance was located. This star field was extremely remote, and there were no races or forces stationed here. This was because there was not a single life star in the vast universe void that spanned tens of billions of miles. All of them were worthless, abandoned stars. There's not even a single plant on them, only some barren minerals. Even the fierce beasts of the starry sky hated them. However, the Fierce Beast Alliance of the Great Five Alliances was not far from the right side of this star field. The edge was only a little more than 20 billion miles away. Because it was too barren, there were only some minerals, and there was not even a single life star that grew plants. Therefore, in this remote star field, there were basically no starry sky powerhouses unless they were deliberately looking for such an area to find a place for seclusion. Hiss! At this moment, in the deepest part of such a desolate and remote star field without any life, there was suddenly a clear sound of ripping silk, and the movement was not small at all. Looking carefully in the depths of the universe void of this remote star field, a huge void crack had been torn open at this moment. It was thousands of miles long from top to bottom and hundreds of miles in diameter. It was like a vertical eye in the void, and it was horrifying. Boom! Rumble. This void crack was not the end, and everything was just the beginning. Almost in the next instant, rumbling sounds of thunder came from this crack in the void. It continued without end, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. And with these muffled sounds of thunder, this void crack that suddenly appeared was obviously expanding in all directions. Although the speed was very slow, it continued without stopping for a moment. At a glance, it was as if a small hole had been broken in the void, and then an invisible force was spreading out from this small hole, making it bigger and bigger. This scene was too strange, and the commotion caused by it wasn't small at all. If it was any other stellar region, and not this remote stellar region where it was usually difficult to find, then it would have probably alarmed countless powers and experts from all over by now. But now, no one was aware of all of this. And this void crack, which was originally only 1,000 miles long and only about 100 miles in diameter, was constantly expanding amidst the rumbling sound of thunder, growing larger and larger. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. At this time, the void crack that was originally 1,000 miles long had turned into a huge black hole. It was oval in shape, about 1,000,000 miles in diameter, and was about the size of a star. However, this huge black hole that had just been formed was obviously not as simple as an ordinary black hole. The aura emitted from the black hole was vaguely similar to the planar level wormholes that connected the three main planes of space. Similar. Unknowingly, a stable wormhole had appeared in this void fragment of the primordial world. No one knew what this meant, and no one could judge. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4766. In less than half a day, the void crack, which was only about 1,000 miles long, expanded into a huge black hole. It was oval-shaped, with a diameter of about 1,000,000 miles. It was about the size of a star. The aura emitted from the black hole was vaguely similar to the plane-level wormhole that connected the three main planes of the starry sky. At this point, the black hole finally stopped expanding outward and completely stabilized. The low rumbling that had been going on for a long time had also disappeared. This originally extremely remote part of the universe had completely fallen into a deathly silence. It was exactly the same as it had been half a day ago. However, this deathly silence didn't last for long. In merely the time it took to eat a meal, it was shattered by the world-shaking roar of a ferocious beast that revealed boundless joy. Oomph! Roar! Look, a black hole suddenly appeared in front of us. It seems to be emitting the aura of a wormhole, extremely stable. Old pig, this turtle suddenly has a very strange intuition. There seems to be a voice in the black hole calling me. Could it be my ancestor of the archaic turtle clan? I finally open my eyes. The opportunity has come. I must not miss it. Come on, what ancestor opened his eyes? Could it be that your ancestor is buried in the same place as this pig's ancestor? This pig also felt the call. No matter what, let's go in first. Anyway, we have no way to go with this group of people behind us. I don't know if that kid surnamed you ran away or not, but we can't find his shadow. That's right. We have been searching for so many years. This is already the 17th fragment void that we have descended to, and we haven't found anything. Maybe there's really some opportunity in this black hole. Little ones, cheer up. There's a fat sheep in front. Follow closely, roar. Roar, screech. As soon as the two voices finished speaking, there were overwhelming roars and howls of fierce beasts coming from the black hole. There were too many to count, and all of them revealed endless ferocity in their excitement. Only just by hearing the roars of these fierce beasts, one could judge that the army of fierce beasts on the other side of the wormhole was definitely fierce and cruel. Swoosh! In the next moment, with a faint sound of breaking through the air, a figure rushed out of the wormhole. To be precise, there were two figures, but it seemed that there was only one. It was a black boar and a green turtle. The black boar was enormous, over 1,000 jong long. However, the green-haired tortoise on its back was only the size of a palm. It looked like a silhouette, more like a green-haired tortoise riding a huge black boar. But, in fact, this possibility was almost impossible because the cultivation strength of the two was basically equal. No, whether it was the enormous black boar or the palm-sized green-haired tortoise, the aura emanating from their bodies was at the first level of the Desolation era. These two guys were the archaic turtle and the archaic porcupine, not long after the Cage Star Field, which was connected to the ancestral land of the Demonkin in the Demon Emperor Star, replaced the Demon Emperor Star Field and arrived in the first universe. The primordial turtle and the primordial porcupine led the army of ferocious beasts from the source of all evil star field into the Cage Star Field. In the Cage Star Field, there were a large number of bloodline descendants of ancient creatures, and from time to time, there would be some bloodline atavism. For many fierce beasts in the source of all evil star field, this was the best delicacy. The fierce beasts in the starry sky originally relied on devouring each other to improve their bloodline and cultivation strength. In order to quickly improve the cultivation of the fierce beasts, they led from the source of all evil starfield. The archaic turtle and the archaic porcupine finally all entered the cage starfield. From after that, they never saw Xianxia again. Even when Xianxia had left the third universe and entered the second universe, he had gone through the enormous spatial rift in the Shadow Devil Star region and entered the void of this fragment of the great desolate world. The primordial porcupine, the primordial turtle, and the entire army of evil beasts under their command were still trapped in the Cage Star region and had yet to come out. Calculating the time, that was something that happened almost 100 years ago. In fact, as early as 20 years ago, the primordial tortoise and the primordial porcupine had already led their army of ferocious beasts out of the forbidden land of confinement. First, in the past few decades, the army of fierce beasts had unified the Cage Star field, and almost all the fierce beasts in the Cage Star field were eaten. Therefore, the strength of all the fierce beasts in the army of fierce beasts was greatly improved, not much slower than that of Xianxia. After all, these fierce beasts had devoured a large number of descendants of primordial creatures, and the bloodlines in their bodies have been undergoing transformation and evolution time and time again. Originally, there was a doppelganger of the green eyes of the Way of Heaven in the untainted land, guarding all the ferocious beasts in the Cage Starfield. However, more than 20 years ago, something happened to the green eyes of the Way of Heaven in the untainted land, or there was a different arrangement. Unexpectedly, the doppelganger of the primeval heaven's eye that was guarding the Cage Star field was suddenly summoned away. Taking advantage of that opportunity, the archaic porcupine and the archaic turtle led the entire army of fierce beasts out of the Cage Star field. After that, they went to the Shadow Devil Star field in the second universe and entered a wormhole that connected to the void fragment of the Chaos Star field. Unfortunately, although the wormhole was connected to the void fragment of the untainted land, it was rather winding. As a result, the army of ferocious beasts had passed through more than a dozen void fragments of various sizes in the following 20 years. Among them, some of the void fragments were barren, and there was not a single strand of hair. However, there were also some fragments of void fragments with the remains of primordial creatures. It was these remains of primordial creatures that allowed the strength of the entire army of fierce beasts to rise to another level. More than 20 years ago, when archaic porcupine and archaic porcupine led the army of fierce beasts out of the Cage Star field, they were only universe supreme beings. However, after more than 20 years, their strength had skyrocketed to the level of supreme beings in the Chaos Star field. In addition, the army of fierce beasts led by the two of them still had more than a dozen universe supreme beasts, close to 100 universe masters, hundreds of universe knights, and thousands of undying emperors. Their overall strength was absolutely terrifying. However, as the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise charged out of the wormhole that had suddenly appeared, the massive and powerful army of 10,000 ferocious beasts under their command would not be left behind. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon be following closely behind the two of them, swarming over like a swarm that would cover the sky and cover the earth. The army of ferocious beasts that had walked out of the star area, the source of all evil, was finally going to descend on this fragment of the untainted land. Moreover, all the ferocious beasts that had survived in the army were far more powerful than before. They were extremely violent. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4767. Roar, roar, screech, rumble. In the void, the wormhole that looked like a gap in the void still existed, and it was extremely stable. As the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise shot out of the wormhole, there was a brief silence in the wormhole, and in an instant, there was an earth-shattering roar, roar, and rumbling sound. A small part of the void was in an uproar, and the void was slightly trembling because the aura from the wormhole was too majestic. There were countless ferocious beasts in the entire all-evil legion, and every one of them was extremely powerful. At this moment, as they passed through the wormhole, the aura in their bodies surged to the extreme, and the aura gathered together to form this incomparably terrifying aura that even made the void tremble. Soon, some figures of ferocious beasts appeared in the wormhole. They were of different races, different bloodlines, and even their sizes were different. But without exception, the aura emitted from every ferocious beast revealed an incomparably fierce and ruthless intent of blood and iron. This army of ferocious beasts had already experienced endless slaughter in the depths of the source of all Evil Star region. Later, when they entered the Cage Star region, which replaced the Demon Emperor Star region, they killed endlessly and devoured the countless caged ferocious beasts in the entire Cage Star region. Then, after leaving the Cage Star region, this army of ferocious beasts wandered in the void fragments of different sizes, experiencing countless dangers and victories, and had long been tempered into a true iron-blooded army. In the distance, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise had retreated hundreds of millions of miles away, and they turned around to look. In the wormhole, ferocious beasts roared and rushed out, and gathered in the void of the universe outside the wormhole. This scene lasted for an entire day. A day later, the wormhole was still as stable as before, but there were no more ferocious beasts rushing out from it. All the ferocious beasts in the entire all-evil legion had finally gathered. As far as the eye could see, there was a large black mass spread out in the void, and the total number was at least hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts. This number was far less than the Big Five Alliance's Ferocious Beast Alliance. After all, the ferocious beasts in the Ferocious Beast Alliance had reached billions. However, the entire army of evil was superior in terms of its elites. Everywhere that met the eye, the aura of every single ferocious beast within the army was extremely violent, ferocious, and oppressive, of which there are more than a dozen Universe Supreme Beasts, close to 100 Universe Masters, hundreds of Universe Knights, and over 1,000 Emperors. Their overall strength was terrifying. Putting aside the core combat strength of the Primordial Age, Almighties, and above, just the ordinary combat strength of the Almighties and below was definitely not weaker than any of the Great Five Alliances. Even the Demonic Palace couldn't compare to it. Roar, screech, as the army gathered, the Primordial Porcupine and the Primordial Hairy Tortoise raised their heads and let out a ferocious roar. Shortly after, a voice was transmitted through the spirit consciousness, and it spread throughout a small part of the void. All the ferocious beasts in the entire all-evil legion could hear it clearly. Little ones, this void is very lively, and there are countless energies. It's not like the fragments of the void we encountered before. After so long, we've finally come to an end. There's a large amount of life energy in the void on the right in front of us. I've already detected it. Little ones, it's time to hunt. When the locusts pass through, leave nothing behind. When the locusts pass through, leave nothing behind. Little ones, sing the battle song. It's time to eat. The last sentence came out of the primordial hairy tortoise's mouth. It was extremely sharp, and there was endless excitement in it. It was as if this damn tortoise had just been injected with chicken blood. As soon as the shriek ended, it immediately took the lead in singing the battle song of the all-evil legion. We are pests. We are pests. On this side, as one of the two commanders of the legion, Primordial Hairy Tortoise, had already started singing. Naturally, the hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts in the void in front of them were not willing to be left behind. Besides, this so-called battle song of the legion had been practiced countless times, and they had great chemistry with each other. Almost in the next instant, the battle song resounded in this part of the void. We are pests, song, long, long. As the battle song continued to resound, the entire all-evil legion instantly moved. Under the leadership of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise, they rumbled through the void toward the void on the right where the life energy was coming from. Luo Coinstar area. This was originally a senior forbidden land, and the most powerful being in charge of this forbidden land of ferocious beasts was a Luo Kun at the pinnacle of the 9th level of a Universe Supreme, which was also a half-step Supreme being. This Luo Kun had the bloodline of the Luo demon and the Kun fish in his body, and he was extremely powerful. Even when the various races and powers of the 3 main planes of the universe invaded this void fragment of the universe several times, Luo Kun Star Area did not fall into enemy hands. Later on, when a magic hall appeared, under pressure, Luo Kun, who was in charge of this place, had no choice but to form the Ferocious Beasts Alliance with the other remaining Ferocious Beasts Forbidden Lands. Since then, Luo Kun Star Area had become a member of the Ferocious Beasts Alliance, and Luo Kun, who was a half-step Supreme Being, had become one of the representatives of the Ferocious Beasts Alliance. This time, in the Battle of the Magic Hall, the only 7th-level Supreme Being of the Ferocious Beasts Alliance had been killed, and now, like the other 4 alliances, they had become an external power of the Magic Hall. All of this was infuriating. Luo Kun was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. After returning from the Forbidden Land of Rising, where the Magic Hall was located, he went straight to the Lair Star in the depths of Luo Kun Forbidden Land. Originally, he wanted to go into seclusion and try to break through to the primordial great power in one fell swoop. However, just as he prepared everything and was about to go into seclusion, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the outer void of Luo Kun Star Area. Accompanied by the earth-shattering roar of thunder, there was also an extremely strange, ballad-like roar of ferocious beasts. "We are pests. We are pests." Luo Kun was stunned. It was clearly the roar of ferocious beasts, so why did it call itself a pests? Then, his expression changed dramatically, because at this moment, 2 extremely powerful auras passed through the atmosphere of the star area and descended with a boom. They instantly locked onto him, and his aura was firmly locked on. Primordial great power? There are actually 2 of them? What is going on? Luo Kun suddenly exclaimed in shock. Without any hesitation, his shoulders shook, and he immediately rushed out of the Lair Star under his feet and came to the outer void of the universe. As far as the eye could see, a huge army of ferocious beasts was swarming in from outside Luo Kun Star Area. The leader was clearly a pitch-black space porcupine, and on its back was a palm-sized green-haired turtle. Chapter 4768. Who are you? Seeing the army of ferocious beasts swarming into the star field with terrifying killing intent, the first thing they did was to start a frenzied slaughter. As for himself, his aura was locked onto by the space porcupine and the green-haired tortoise, who both had terrifying cultivation at the level of a great being from the primordial era. An incomparably shocked expression immediately appeared on Yu Kun's face. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted out, revealing a deep sense of confusion. "I didn't see any of you in the army of the Demon Palace. Even in the void space of this fragment of the universe, I've never heard of such a group of ferocious beasts. Where are you from? You're all ferocious beasts from Forbidden Lands. Why are you slaughtering my Kun Starfield? How? You talk too much. A mere half-step great being is not qualified to talk to me like that. Li, old pig, swallow him." The moment Kun's voice was heard, the primordial porcupine let out a furious roar, and the primordial tortoise on its back let out a shrill shriek. The next moment, the primordial porcupine's body expanded to 100 million feet in the blink of an eye. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Kun, whose expression had changed drastically, into its belly. After a round of chewing, blood splattered everywhere. Kun, a half-step great being at the level of a 9th-level Universe Supreme Being, was caught off guard and didn't even have the chance to escape. Within a few breaths of time, he was reduced to a pile of crushed bones and flesh, which was swallowed by the primordial porcupine. Li. The scene was too bloody. Countless ferocious beasts from Rockstellar region witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and all of them were terrified to the point of trembling. They instinctively raised their heads and howled fiercely while revealing boundless terror. Apart from this half-step great being Kun, There were several other ferocious beasts at the level of Universe Supreme level in this star field, including some Universe Masters and Universe Knights. However, almost all of them were targeted. After all, apart from the two supreme beings, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, there were many Universe Supreme beings and Universe Masters in the all-evil army. The higher-ups of the ferocious beasts in Luan Kuan Star area were the main targets of their attention, and their auras were locked down immediately. Other than a few Universe Masters who were the furthest away, the rest were all targeted and caught in a bloody battle. The entire Ing Kuan Star area used to be extraordinarily powerful. They had more than 200 million beasts, which was more than the 10,000 Evil Legion. However, their individual strength was far weaker than the Ing Kuan Star area, and their ferocious chi couldn't be compared to the Ing Kuan Star area. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. The entire Yong Kuan galaxy was transformed into an underworld because of this. Space was filled with various kinds of ferocious beasts of different bloodlines. It was impossible to tell which side they belonged to. Only they knew that a bloody battle had broken out. Primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise only attacked occasionally, and they spent most of their time searching for treasures within the giant stars. Even though the most powerful beings within Luo Kuan Star Field were only a few Universe Supremes, they were still extremely powerful. However, this fragment of space was extremely vast, and it was rich in all kinds of resources. Primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise had been to a dozen smaller fragments of space that were relatively barren, so they didn't have enough resources at hand. Hence, at this moment, even though they were great beings of the primordial era, they still couldn't be satisfied. They raised their heads and roared excitedly. The fierce battle lasted for 2 whole days. Only about 10% of the over 200 million ferocious beasts of the Yu Kuan Forbidden Land managed to escape. The remaining 90% were all killed and eaten by the brutal ferocious beasts of the all-evil army on the spot. More than 200 million ferocious beasts sounded like a lot, but there were nearly 100 million ferocious beasts in the 10,000 Evil Legion. On average, each ferocious beast ate less than 2 ferocious beasts, so it wasn't full at all. At this level, they didn't feel hungry, but the feeling of hunger was even more torturous. After devouring the remains of the nearly 200 million ferocious beasts, the 10,000 Evil Legion's ferocious beast army ransacked all the life stars in Ing Kuan Galaxy. Whether it was the flesh and blood resources, all kinds of precious materials, or other treasures, without exception, they took everything and kept it for themselves. 2 days later, when the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise led the rest of the 10,000 Evil Legion and set off again, the entire vast Ing Kuan galaxy had been completely transformed into a desolate dead zone. Even if the real Space Locust Clan army had passed through, they probably wouldn't have been able to do this. On the surface of countless life stars, there wasn't a single bit of green left. All the plants had been eaten up. This was really an army of pests. Wherever they went, the place turned into a barren land. In the core star of the Human Clan Federation, where Devourer was in charge. At this time, Devourer and the other 8 primordial great powers of the Human Clan Federation, a total of 9 high-level great powers, were gathered together. Their expressions were extremely solemn and revealed a hint of confusion. The change in Ing Kuan Galaxy was immediately known to the 5 alliances. Now, Devourer had summoned the other 8 primordial great powers of the Human Clan Federation precisely because of this. In the past 2 years, whether it was the Human Clan Federation or the other 4 alliances, they had been extremely quiet and didn't continue to jump out. On the surface, it seemed that they were really willing to submit to the Magic Hall and become its subordinates. But in fact, this was obviously impossible. Whether it was the Human Clan Federation or the other 4 alliances, they all had their own plans. Among them, the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance had already made arrangements to try to summon the Great Powers ancestors who were still in hibernation in their respective ancestral lands, and even the desolate Venerable Ancestor. The major clans and forces of the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Human Clan Federation all had their ancestral lands in the three main star planes. There were also many great powers and even desolate venerable bloodline ancestors who were in hibernation in their ancestral lands. Almost all of the major clans and forces of the three alliances had used secret methods to send messages to their respective ancestral lands, requesting the higher-ups of the clans to stay in their ancestral lands to try to awaken the great powers, and even the desolate venerable ancestors. However, it was obvious that this level of existence couldn't be awakened at any time. That would cause accidents. Therefore, 2 years had passed, and the major clans and forces of the five alliances hadn't had a single desolate venerable ancestor descend. But calculating the time, it should be soon. If there are no accidents, the desolate venerable ancestor of the human clan and the Senate of the Federation will descend here within a year. Turning his head to look at the other 8 great powers of the ancients, a cold light flashed in Devoureur's eyes. He then said, "But in the past 2 years, the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Sky River Star, Xianxia, have been quiet and haven't made any moves. This isn't a good thing. It makes people uneasy. Now that this beast army has appeared, we can use them to test the Master of the Magic Hall's current cultivation and state." Chapter 4769. Hearing this, the eyes of the 8 human powerhouses lit up at the same time. Dong Zhaotian from the Federation Senate nodded and said, "This is a good idea. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. According to the latest report, the strongest beings in this army of beasts are a space porcupine and a green-furred tortoise. They're both primordial rank 1 almighties. Do you still remember? Back in the origin of all Evil Star region, when that Yi guy transformed into the primordial little ape demon, he had a primordial porcupine and a primordial tortoise with him. Later on, those 2 fellows led the entire army of evil into the Cage Star region of the first universe. If I'm not mistaken, this army of beasts that suddenly appeared should be the army of evil that entered the Cage Star region of the first universe. In other words, this army of beasts is in cahoots with that Yi guy. But now, that Yi guy is hiding somewhere and enjoying himself. This army of evil doesn't know what happened before, and they don't know that the Master of the Magic Hall and that Yi guy are in cahoots. If we can lure them to the Magic Hall and start a fight with the 4 armies under the Magic Hall, At this point, a ferocious look appeared on Dong Zhaotian's face. He paused for a moment before continuing. In that case, not only has there been no news of the Master of the Magic Hall for the past 2 years, but we also don't know what his current cultivation base and condition is. It's even very likely that he'll fall out with the Master of the Sky River planet, Xianxia. After all, back in the origin of all Evil Star region, the Master of the Sky River planet, Xianxia, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise had an unusual relationship. Moreover, this person is very protective of his own people. At this point, Dong Zhaotian stopped talking and turned to look at Devourer and the rest. It had to be said that this plan was perfect. Although the bad idea was originally from Devourer, he had only mentioned it briefly. The rest of the plan was thoroughly deduced by Dong Zhaotian. Everyone looked at each other, exchanged glances, and nodded in agreement. The host's plan is indeed perfect. Seeing this, Devourer immediately nodded and glanced at Dong Zhaotian. In that case, I'll leave the task of luring this army of evil to the Magic Hall to fellow cultivator Dong. After all, you didn't show your face in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun battle. Even if you're exposed, don't worry about the Human Federation. Of course, I didn't show my face. But I can't be in the Federation headquarters. There were 7 great beings from both sides of the human tribe. They were in a disadvantageous position. Even if they raised their hands to vote, it wouldn't change anything. Thinking of this, Dong Zhaotian glanced at Devourer and did not say anything else. He snorted coldly and immediately stood up. Whoosh! Dong Zhaotian merely shook his shoulders before his figure disappeared, disappearing without a trace. Roar! Screech! We're pests! We're pests! In the void, a huge army of ferocious beasts was advancing slowly. From time to time, roars and howls could be heard. The army's battle song was even more ridiculous. The tragedy in the Kuan galaxy had spread throughout half of the Eldritch Universe fragment. Therefore, all the great beings in the surrounding galaxies hid their auras in fear. They were afraid of being detected by this army of ferocious beasts, which was like a swarm of ferocious beasts. Coincidentally, the all-evil army was advancing in the direction of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. This was because the Kuan galaxy was not too far away from the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. They were in the same galaxy. However, Dong Zhaodian was still worried. After leaving the Human Tribe Federation, he used his great power to capture a large number of ferocious beasts from the ferocious beasts he passed by. There were more than 10 million of them. Although their cultivation was weak, they were all ferocious beasts with vigorous vitality and rich qi. These 10 million weak but vigorous ferocious beasts were the bait that Dong Zhaodian had prepared for the all-evil army. He had imprisoned all the ferocious beasts in a storage Dharma treasure. However, Dong Zhaodian could change the power field of the storage Dharma treasure at any time. He could magnify the qi and blood of these 10 million ferocious beasts and spread it out. The all-evil army was a powerful, ferocious beast army. Since they were ferocious beasts, they were very sensitive to the qi and blood of various ferocious beasts. They were eager to devour the ferocious beasts because this was the main way to improve their bloodline and cultivation. Although the two commanders of the all-evil army, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, were extremely powerful and were also primordial great beings, they were only rank 1 great beings. However, Dong Zhaodian was a rank 8 great being. He was only 1 step away from becoming a complete, rank 9 great being and a half-step desolate supremacy. In addition, he had deliberately made ample preparations and used the 10 million ferocious beasts as bait to lure the primordial porcupine, the primordial tortoise, and the entire all-evil army to the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. It was not difficult at all. In fact, everything was progressing smoothly. Dong Zhaodian first concealed himself. After restraining the qi and blood in his body, he waited in the void in front of the all-evil army. When the entire army was a certain distance away, he suddenly activated the storage magic treasure in his body and changed the power field of the storage magic treasure. He magnified the vigorous qi and blood of the 10 million ferocious beasts and spread it out. Although it did not last long, only a few breaths, it was enough for the countless ferocious beasts of the all-evil army to sense it. Roar, screech. In the void in the distance, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise raised their heads and let out an angry roar and a violent howl respectively. Then, their divine sense voices were transmitted, revealing a strong sense of joy and brutality. Over there, to the right in front, there's a large amount of ferocious beasts. The qi and blood are too vigorous. There must be a powerful, forbidden land in this direction. I'm afraid its scale is not inferior to the one that was just massacred. Little ones, a new hunt is about to begin. Cheer, full speed ahead. Roar, roar, screech, screech, screech. Almost in the next moment, the cheers and howls of the ferocious beasts that covered the sky and earth sounded one after another. Under the leadership of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, the entire all-evil army instantly accelerated. All the ferocious beasts seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they roared excitedly and set off toward the forbidden land of Rising Sun, where the magic hall was located. Chapter 4770. Roar, 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 roar. For 2 whole days, the void was filled with the roars and cries of the ferocious beasts. Under the leadership of the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, the entire army of evil sped up in these 2 days. All the ferocious beasts seemed to have been given a shot of adrenaline as they roared excitedly and charged toward the forbidden land of Rising Sun, where the magic hall was located. Far in front of them, Dong Zhaodian had been concealing himself. From time to time, he would activate the storage treasure in his body to change the power field of this storage treasure. He would amplify the vigorous aura of the ferocious beasts and spread it out to attract the ferocious beasts behind him. The primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise were not idiots. They had vaguely sensed that something was amiss, but because their cultivation base was too weak compared to Dong Xiaoyan's, they were unable to find out the truth in a short period of time, no matter how attentive they were. This ignited the flames of anger in their hearts. Almost all the ferocious beasts in the army of evil felt the same way. After 2 days of rapid attacks, all the ferocious beasts' patience had been worn thin. They had been excited for so long, but they had not seen a single prey. However, the dense aura of the ferocious beasts in front of them would occasionally spread out. This made them go crazy. As the ferocious beasts of the stars, the ferocious beasts in the army of evil, including the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, were on the verge of going berserk. At this moment, if an army appeared in front of them, whether it was ferocious beasts, humans, or other star races, the army of evil would definitely charge forward and tear it to pieces at this moment. After 2 days of rapid attacks, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, as well as the army of evil behind them, were only 10 billion miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just 10 billion miles away, the roars of the ferocious beasts of the army of evil were loud enough for the powerhouses in the magic hall in the forbidden land of rising sun to hear. At this moment, with the faint sound of breaking through the air, several figures shot out from the edge of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. For the past 2 years, Yi Xian had been deducing the perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Path pellet. Half a month ago, he had just completed the terrifying heavenly tribulation triggered by the pill formula. The higher-ups of the 4 armies in a magic hall were all in seclusion and did not come out at all. It was as if the entire magic hall was sealed off from the world. Therefore, the higher-ups in the magic hall were unaware of the happenings in the outside world over the past few days. At this moment, the figures that rushed out of the forbidden land of rising sun were the higher-ups of the magic hall, who had just been alarmed by the commotion caused by Yi Xian's heavenly tribulation half a month ago and hadn't had the time to enter seclusion again. In his line of sight were the 6-headed blood dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Sang Ji, and the other survivors. There were also Green Cow, Yuling Long, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, and Green Rock Ancestor. There were also the Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the Battle Lion Ancestor. There were a total of more than 1,000 figures, and all of them were at least emperors. They were also the higher-ups of the Magic Hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. They were all alarmed by the commotion caused by the commotion 10 billion miles away. At this moment, after the higher-ups of the Devil Halls rushed out of the forbidden land of rising sun, they immediately looked towards the direction where the evil army was rumbling towards. Their faces were filled with a wisp of dense suspicion that couldn't be dispelled. For the past 2 years, the entire void space of this vast fragment of the universe had been peaceful. The Magic Hall was a powerful force, and it had the Skyriverse Sector as its ally. Behind the Skyriverse Sector, there was the Skyriverse Sector Master, Yi Xian, whose battle strength was not weaker than the Master of the Magic Hall. Under the alliance of these powerful forces, the Magic Hall and the Skyriverse Sector had become existences that no one dared to provoke in this fragment of the universe. At least until the powerful beings of the ancestral lands and the desolate venerables of the 5 alliances woke up from their deep slumber and gathered here one after another. Under such circumstances for the past 2 years, the Magic Hall seemed to have closed itself off from the outside world. All the subordinates of the Magic Hall, from top to bottom, were trying their best to improve their cultivation. 3.1. Quick update. But now, the peace that had persisted for 2 years had been broken. In the distant void of the universe 10 billion kilometers away, there was actually an army of ferocious beasts with extremely violent auras and monstrous baleful auras that were charging over here. There were close to 100 million ferocious beasts in the entire army, and they were all roaring and roaring. They were in a frenzied state, and their auras were bloodthirsty and violent. This was clearly the sign of a new battle in the forbidden land of the rising sun. But where did this army of ferocious beasts come from? Who gave them the guts to come to the magic hall, which had long ruled the world, and behave atrociously at such a time? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the six-headed blood dragon, green ox, Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other higher-ups of the magic hall were all dumbfounded. When they turned to look at each other, they were all extremely confused. Then all kinds of soft exclamations and discussions rang out like a tide. What happened? Where did this army of ferocious beasts come from? It's definitely not the Ferocious Beast Alliance. Those guys definitely don't have such a fierce aura. Although this army of ferocious beasts is not large, only about 100 million of them, every ferocious beast in the army is as if they have just crawled out of the blood sea of hell. Their auras are so violent that it makes one's hair stand on end. What's the use of having a violent aura? Combat power is what gives confidence. The two existences at the front of this army of ferocious beasts are clearly only stage 1 mighty figures. They have just entered this realm, but they dare to be so arrogant and bring an army of 100 million ferocious beasts to suppress the magic hall. Are these two fellows crazy? These two fellows are a starry sky porcupine and a starry sky hairy turtle. This combination seems a little familiar. Have I seen them somewhere before? Let's not care about this. No matter whether we've seen them before or not, since they dare to suppress the forbidden land of the rising sun, they are the enemies of the magic hall. Now that the demon master is still in seclusion, there's no need to alarm him. Although the two stage 1 mighty figures are more troublesome, the reputation of the magic hall is not just for show. That's right. Mobilize all 4 armies and kill all the invading ferocious beasts. These two stage 1 mighty figures might not dare to continue acting presumptuously in fear. At this point, the higher-ups of the magic hall did not hesitate any longer. They immediately used their divine senses to convey the order for the army to assemble. Boom! Rumble, roar! Violent, 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 violent. Almost in the next instant, from the depths of the forbidden land of the rising sun behind everyone, the rumbling of thunder could be heard. There was also the sound of a large number of ferocious beasts roaring and roaring. The forbidden land of the rising sun had been peaceful for 2 years. Now that an army of ferocious beasts dared to invade, all the subordinates of the magic hall were enraged. The 4 armies quickly assembled and prepared for battle. Chapter 4771. Hong long long howl. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Deep within the forbidden land of rising sun, the rumbling of thunder resounded, and a large number of ferocious beasts roared and howled, following the orders of the higher-ups of the magic hall, including 6-headed blood dragon, green ox, Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. The 4 armies of the magic hall were fully assembled. As far as the eye could see, countless battleships, and massive beasts could be seen everywhere in the vast void of the Forbidden Land. Everything was tense but orderly. All the subordinates of the Demon Hall were brimming with fighting spirit. The ferocious beast army was the first to assemble, and with a shocking roar, a huge army of ferocious beasts rushed out from the right side of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. This army of ferocious beasts was made up of ferocious beasts that had been living in the space fragment of this desolate land, including the ferocious beast army of the original space nomadic army and the space beasts of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. The current commanders were Green Ox, Yuling Long, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and a few other emperors of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. There were a total of 40 of them. As for the space beasts of different levels within the army, there were about 100 million of them. At this moment, as the army arrived, Green Ox, Yuling Long, and the other higher-ups of the ferocious beast army immediately flew out and stood in front of the army. Hong long long. In less than half an incense's time, the second army arrived, and its aura was extraordinary, causing the space to tremble slightly. This time, It was the remnant army of the four armies of the Magic Hall. It was made up of the Xianxia tribe and the remnant tribes of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. The commanders of the army were Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other 3 Universe Knights, as well as the over 20 undying emperors of the Xianxia tribe. The total number of the remnant tribes in the army was also about 100 million, but there were only about 10 million battleships. However, all of them were extremely huge, with a volume of over 300,000 feet. As the army of battleships arrived, the elders of the Xianxia tribe immediately flew up and rushed into their flagship battleships. As for Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, they stayed behind and stood in the space before the 2 legions. Half an hour later, the last 2 legions of the Magic Hall arrived at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The size of the legion was even larger, and as far as the eye could see, endless battleships of all kinds stretched as far as the eye could see. These 2 armies were the nomadic army and the captive army under the Magic Hall. The composition of the members of the 2 armies was very mixed. All of them were experts from the 3 main planes of the current universe. There were humans, the second universe, and even some of the servant races from the first universe, as well as experts from the original Wanluo Federation. The current commanders of the nomadic army were the 3-clawed dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other representatives of the council who had been captured. They had all become Universe Knights. The number of soldiers in the army was shocking, with a total of more than 1 billion. The battleships were all huge fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Originally, there were only 50 million of them, but now there are more than 100 million of them, covering a large area of space. As for the captive army, although it was only made up of captives from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races, it was the largest army in the Magic Hall. However, their total military strength was the largest among the 4 Demon Hall's armies, numbering more than 20 billion. They had all kinds of battleships and fortresses of various sizes, as well as small fortresses of 50,000 meters in length. The current commanders were Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and hundreds of undying emperors from the 3 races, as well as a small number of Universe Knights. Hong. At this moment, with the arrival of the 2 battleships, the entire space was in an uproar. More than 1 billion battleships of all kinds started to charge their cannons at the same time. The rumbling sound of thunder shook the space slightly. Within the time it took to eat a meal, the 4 battleships under the command of the Magic Hall had all assembled and arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. They lined up in a row and were ready for battle. In the space opposite them, the All-Evil Army, which was still close to 10 billion miles away, had rushed forward at an extremely fast speed during this period of time. Now, it was already more than 1 billion miles away. The atmosphere in the space immediately froze, and it was incomparably heavy. An earth-shattering battle in space was about to break out at any moment. One had to admit that, in terms of the scale of the battle, the 4 battleships of the Magic Hall were indeed much larger than the All-Evil Army. The All-Evil Army only had close to 100 million ferocious beasts in total. However, in the 4 battleships of the Magic Hall, which were lined up in a row at the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, there were more than 100 million ferocious beasts, more than 10 million gigantic battleships, and more than 100 million fortresses with diameters of more than 100,000 meters. Even the smaller fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters and the smaller fortresses and star-level battleships with diameters of less than 10,000 meters were more than 1 billion. The ferocious beasts, the battleships of the survivors, and the 2 battleship armies of different levels. Their attack patterns were all different, but their advantages complemented each other. Now that they were lined up in a row and coordinated with each other, their battle power was definitely not to be underestimated. As for the high-end battle power, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall army were far from what they used to be. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the 4 ferocious beasts, as well as Blood Dragon Ancestor and Green Rock Ancestor, were originally only Universe Knights, but now they had all become Universe Masters. Even Green Cow, Yuling Long, dragon centipede, Gongjun, black wind tiger, howling moon mastiff, three-clawed flood dragon, Longshan Tang, and the elders of the Xianxia remnant race were originally only undying emperors, but now they had all become universe knights, with the addition of close to 1,000 undying emperors. It could be said that the high-end battle power of these three levels was almost negligible compared to the ferocious beast army. Only at the high-end level of the universe supreme beings and the great beings of the primordial era, the Magic Hall army was still in an awkward position. There was not a single great being of the primordial era, but the all-evil army had primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise, two great beings of the first stage. As for the level of universe supreme beings, the four armies of the Magic Hall army only had six-headed blood dragon, who had reached the late stage of this level. However, the all-evil army had dozens of ferocious beasts with supreme level battle power. Hence, six-headed blood dragon, green cow, Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the rest of the higher-ups of the Magic Hall army would definitely not give the top-tier battle power of the enemy a chance to make a move. Although the all-evil army had two great beings, they were only at the first stage of this level. In addition, there were dozens of universe supreme masters. Although their combat power was terrifying, their numbers were of little significance in such a large-scale battle in the starry sky. More than 1 billion battleships, big and small, launched their attacks at the same time. Countless battleships roared, and the energy light beams intertwined to form a net. Even the void space of the universe was about to be torn apart, inch by inch. The dozens of universe supreme beings and the two great beings of the first stage definitely did not dare to recklessly take the attack head-on. They could only retreat temporarily. At this moment, the last to arrive was the nomadic army and the captive army. The cannons of more than 1 billion battleships of various types had clearly been fully charged.